for the re-release. So drop in and see how far you can get. Radical! UGC Alpha is now officially live. From Update 37.1, all Battlegrounds Plus players can create UGC Alpha sessions. And we've added new sample modes as well. For more details, check out the patch notes and our official YouTube channel. Other changes include the addition of vending machines and destructible pots on Destin, and the removal of the canted site. There's also a new rank season, a new survivor pass, and various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.1 is here, so get creative with UGC Alpha, bust out the Bugatti, and turn player Om Nom into your next chicken dinner. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Chicken. New boss. Captain Crispy.
everybody, I'm Tentrip from Philippines and I'm playing from the team Happy Squad.
Halo, nama saya Rizky Junaidi Putra dengan nickname Cibirit. Saya dari Alter Ego Esports dari negara Indonesia.
大家好，我是来自台港澳赛区 X-Men 战隊的阿成。
日本チームのアンラッキー所属谷サイダップです。よろしくお願いします。
我会第一，自信。
Saya bakal jadi peringkat pertama dari wawancara game ini. Apa ini?
手榴弹，
Oh, grenade.
Grenade.
グレネード。
Nyapa lah lagi Tuhan.
Og.
Gerak-gerak pula. Skip. Apa itu, Kak?
AOG.
ピックアップ。
我不知道。
Pala lagi.
Mini
迷你14，
Kok jelek kali. Flashbang.
闪光弹，
わかんない。なんだこれ。
没有乱猜的。吉利服，
Bandage.
モータ
C4.
等一下啦。Oh my， 这什么啊？我真的看不出来。掩体信号弹，
Lose. Kalah aku, nggak tahu aku.
Ow. AWM.
ー、M24。
Hancur lah aku nih. Tahu. Link.
Links.
M249，
リンクス。
这一定是手枪。P92 P92。
Is it Glock?
Zipline.
P1911。
Yep.
どこだったかな。
ZN
斬新。
不是，你知道为什么吗？我们是跳渔村的，我们会卡他，你知道那个是 ZN。啊，你问这个我就会了。
Talk about getting cooked, though. Q1. Their hopes and dreams against DCM too. Out of every team in the lobby, DCM is the one who wants to neutralize them. Just solidifies their spot as if it's not already concrete. DCM.
ちょっと
That's what I'm talking. It's a M4 and MK12.
M4 杀了一个，MK12杀了两个。
MK12 で、何キルだったかな。3キル。
Pertanyaan pertama M4, pertanyaan kedua dua orang.
Oh
Ah.
no! I'm just joking.
Awas aja nggak ada hadiahnya.
I'm having...
后面那个不是他杀的。哦，
Yeah, maybe, hopefully.
I see a dream of a run. Even if it goes down right now, it wouldn't be enough. He needs this one kill. He needs this chicken dinner. He gets the clip from behind the rock. A Molotov gets us up forward. He won one.
5.
10个。
10.
ない。
你知道什么吗？因为选手一般只会带5跟10嘛。
まあ自分たちのプレーをしっかり貫き通せれば、まあ、APAC 進出はまあそんなに難しくないのかなとは自分では思ってますね。
Saya udah siap banget. Dengan tim juga udah siap banget. Bakal juara 1 yang di PMS, yang APAC bakal top 3.
I think I'm more more prepared to play this coming PNC than last PMS. I mean, than last PMS. It's because I've competed in the PNC and I've learned so much gameplay, experiencing that, and I'm more confident this coming PMS.
下一个其实准备的没怎么样，就是一般，就是大家偶尔打打游戏之类的，没有特别训练。但是晋级下一阶段是一定会晋级的。
Jangan lupa dukung kami di PMS karena kami bakal buat gebrakan yang bagus. Selalu support kami dan juga tim Indo lainnya. Semoga tim Indo lebih banyak masuk ke APAC Qualifier.
请大家帮 X-Men 战队加油，也帮其他台港澳赛区的战队加油，谢谢大家。
Hopefully you guys supported our team Happy Squad for this coming PMS. Thank you.
まあ日頃から応援してくださってありがとうございます。まあこの最後のファイナルでまあなるべく上位目指して頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
拜拜，
Terima
大家再
kasih.
见
Bye bye.
Bye.
Dadah.
Bugatti on the battlegrounds, the return of a classic arcade game, and a DMR rebalance. All this and more as we dive into the Update 37.1 patch report. First up, the Coupe RB is getting a luxury overhaul thanks to our collaboration with Bugatti. The collab will feature 2 Bugatti Hyper sports cars, over a dozen paint colors, different interior styles, wheel types, and more. So check out the upcoming collaboration announcement for full details on how to create the incomparable. Next up, we've officially implemented the DMR changes we introduced via Gunplay Labs. DMRs have seen a 12% damage decrease overall, and many have had their overall RPM reduced by about 45%. By adjusting DMRs, our goal is to expand the viable weapon choices across the battlegrounds, while keeping your choice of weapons strategic to your style and situation. Gunplay updates will continue every 2 months, and we'll be closely monitoring your feedback along the way. Next, grab your controller with those chicken-greased fingers because PUBG is coming back. For a limited time, you can drop back into the fan-favorite top-down 2D minigame we released back in 2021. Player Omnom's Battlegrounds is a hardcore, retro action arcade experience where you'll fight powerful chicken bosses. We've even added a brand new map, Paramo, for the re-release. So drop in and see how far you can get. Radical! UGC Alpha is now officially live. From Update 37.1, all Battlegrounds Plus players can create UGC Alpha sessions. And we've added new sample modes as well. For more details, check out the patch notes and our official YouTube channel. Other changes include the addition of vending machines and destructible pots on Destin, and the removal of the canted sight. There's also a new rank season, a new survivor pass, and various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.1 is here, so get creative with UGC Alpha, bust out the Bugatti, and turn player Om Nom into your next chicken dinner. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Chicken. New boss. Captain Crispy.
everybody. I'm Tentrip from Philippines and I'm playing from the team Happy Squad.
Halo, nama saya Rizky Junaidi Putra dengan nickname Cibirit. Saya dari Alter Ego Esports dari negara Indonesia.
大家好，我是来自台港澳赛区 X-Men 战队的阿成。
日本チームのアンラッキー所属谷サイダップです。よろしくお願いします。
我会第一，自信。
Saya bakal jadi peringkat pertama dari wawancara game ini. Apa ini?
手榴弹，
Oh, grenade.
Grenade.
グレネード。
Nyapa lah lagi Tuhan.
Og.
Gerak-gerak pula. Skip. Apa itu, Kak?
AOG.
ピックアップ。
我不知道。
Pala lagi.
Mini.
mini 14。
Kok jelek kali. Flashbang.
闪光弹，
わかんない。なんだこれ。
没有乱猜的。吉利服，
Bandage.
モーター。
C4.
等一下啦。Oh my， 这什么啊？我真的看不出来。掩体信号弹，
Lose. Kalah aku, nggak tahu aku.
Ow. AWM.
M24。
Hancur lah aku nih. Tahu. Link.
Links.
It's the second half of the year, fellow PUBG enthusiasts. So welcome back to the PUBG Master Series 2025 Phase 2. I'm Lennon, also known as Yololi, and gracing us at the caster desk is the one and only Keith Elisio. Keith, it's good to have you back, buddy. For Phase 2, we're slowly preparing for that long journey, the final journey to that biggest event of the year. That's going to be the PGC.
Yes, and to answer your question, of course I'm ready. So the last time we shared the desk together, it's been ages. Phase 1, irrelevant by now. Some of these teams even come in under a totally different new badge. And of course, we're also expecting some of the bottom teams in Phase 1 to come in with a totally different new package as well, right? But of course, if that is a point of reference, then the Oceania region still stands strong in our minds. Can they continue this stereotype we've besieged upon them?
Yeah, it's It's been a pretty exciting story so far. But hey, you know, before we get into a little bit more of the formalities and details, just want to remind you, amazing viewers, we have something for you guys for your supporting your favorite teams here from the respective regions here. We are going to be dropping this event codes in either one of the matches throughout the entire stream here. I don't know when, I don't know how, I didn't get any hints or any, you know, secret timings from our broadcasting team here. So I don't know when it's gonna drop, but when it does, we'll hit you guys up and don't forget to quickly get that snapshot in here to get yourself some really nice G coins for yourself.
I guess the safest bet around it is just to keep your eye fixated on us, on the screen, on the entire game, because we don't know, you don't know, and hey, may the odds ever be in your favor, right? First one to get it wins. I'm not sure if there's a cap to how many you can redeem, but you don't want to be the ones missing out, because hey, it's G coins after all.
Definitely, for sure. Man, G coins, supporting your favorite fans, by the way, for your favorite teams, by the way, to all the fans as well, thank you all so much for joining us. It's been such an amazing journey, but more importantly, I hope you keep your schedule pretty much prepared for throughout this month of September, because we have PUBG actions coming to you guys here from the APAC region. Let's be honest, Keith, this current tournament, this Master Series, is pretty much a grand final that's going to be leading to another qualifier that leads into the main event itself. I know, guys, it's a very tricky, especially for the people for the first time joining for our APAC stream, it's a really tricky thing to wrap your head around, right? Because it's an APAC classic, right? It's one qualifier into another qualifier into another qualifier before we get into the main event itself. It's a real PUBG special here in APAC here. So hope you guys are ready for the ride, because it's going to be a relatively long one and an enjoyable one too.
Yeah, what a way to kill the buzz right there and then. Hey, they're playing to qualify into another qualifier, so stick around for that. As if this entire series is just irrelevant to the entire run. But
okay, wait.
Before we go down that route, let's take a look at that format itself. Landon, while you specify, take them through.
Oh yeah, so the most specification is not really qualifying to another qualifier. It's more like or at least from our current overview, you guys can see the screen, for this Master Series is practically a open qualifiers, which then the top teams will move on to the semi-finals. This is when we're currently casting or broadcasting the current grand finals of our top 16 teams. Now, the top 6 of this tournament will be moving forward to the following PGS APAC Qualifier, but you see, here's the catch. There's a little bit of a difference here for the team that got first and second place in this main event, or at least for these grand finals. They'll go straight to the finals here, so basically skipping over the play-ins, whereas the third and sixth placing, they will have to go through another round of qualifiers in the players before they get straight back into the finals, where we will determine who's going to be representing APAC in the PGS 9 and 10. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I guess the biggest takeaway, literally, in first and second place is also the prize pool disparity here. And second place is 4,000. That's nearly double what you would have gotten in third place and fourth place itself, right? And if you make it as the top champion, the top dog for the PUBG Esports Master Series here, Phase 2 in 2025, then that's 7.5 to round off the entire total prize pool of 25,000 USD. Now, it may seem trivial, these numbers, but hey, then again, if you wrap your mind around it, you're looking at a 25,000 US dollar prize pool for a qualifier. So that's something to shout out about.
It really is as well, especially since, you know, APAC, we have so many teams, there's so many multiple teams in multiple regions here in APAC, right? Trying to break into the world, and don't forget, making out of APAC qualifiers to represent APAC isn't going to be easy as well. And just look at all the teams that we currently have, our top 16 teams here as well. I'm seeing a lot of returning teams and a lot of old names that have been here to almost close as 6 to 8 years now. That's a lot of history, backing and experiences riding on their backs right now here. Although that there is particularly 4 new, or at least 3 new teams in particular, I'm going to be trying to keep my eye out for sure. But the rest of the team here, you can definitely have quite the anticipation and expectation as well.
Yeah, I mean, one of those teams has to be the ones from Malaysia, a full Malaysian stack. Now, we get good teams every now and then that have Malaysian players within the mix, but this one right here coming in full stack, from the motherland. It's we try again, and hopefully this is the final try to go all the way through into the global championship.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting as well because it's been a while since we had a full Malaysian team as well here. So that's also a really nice reminder, Keith. Thank you so much, man. But other than that, moving on to our next set of our other half of the lobby here as well. We do see a really more notable returning teams. I believe some who will recognize them as well just from the name itself, like JFT for sure, NRG. Then at the same time, you start seeing certain org names here like HVE International, HR27, Unlucky here. Sure, maybe not too familiar with the name, but when you see the players itself, that's when the memories start coming in. You'll be thinking, oh, I know these guys. They were previously either Zanshin, they were previously either Kiwa Esports, but of course, we're just gonna leave that. That's the previous name of the past. We're gonna be working with their current name, the team name that they have right now. But here is our today's matchups here, or at least our matches for today. The rotation wise, we're starting things off with the classics here, Keith, with Tui Wrangles.
Yep, and then going into curveballs or the conflict part of the entire arc for today. Match 3 and 4 sees Toego and Rondo before we go back down into the sandy desert dunes that is Miramar. Now going back onto the team, right? You mentioned that they're playing under different banners, but still there's great players out there. I have my eyes on Aurora, right? Sure,
Ooh.
Phase 1. Again, Phase 1 is our point of reference here.
I don't blame you.
Yep, going through the Master Series. Decimate Gaming, the Oceania team just seems to... They're the champions, right? They came out on top, and now that same team is coming in again here in Phase 2. Well, they retained some of the members with a little switches here and there, but man, Amp, still the money guy in that team, looking to do damage alongside his teammate, Monty itself.
Besides Aurora, so I believe we also have more similar teams that's also pretty much in the similar spot as well, right? Like Alter Ego currently as well. All the entire roster was previous rosters of Kiwa Esports, but of course, Alter Ego is definitely a pleasure to have such fantastic rosters to represent them here in this tournament here. But we're currently looking at Happy Squad here, an absolute legend here in the APAC region, right? They've been here for the longest of time. Sure, the rosters not exactly has been the original rosters when they first started out, but still pretty great. I know 10 Trip, he already did mention before that this Master Series Phase 2 is going to be a lot more different from Phase 1, as they have a little bit more of a stronger goal as they make their way to represent APAC here at the PTC. But of course, the road is long, multiple hurdles along the way here, and one of the few teams is like you mentioned before, it's going to be Aurora, and many other teams as well that's going to be standing in their way, or each other's way.
Yeah, so some of these teams, again, just to bounce off your sentiment of a long journey here, it's about getting the best average overall performance, I think, with a battle royale, because there's so many curveballs and factors within the game to consider one good game a testament to what a team can do. And Happy Squad, they can pretty much be proud about themselves, because in Phase 1 they did claw their way back up onto like the top 3 position. So it comes in Phase 2, if they can get maybe the top 3, but obviously you want the top 2 position just to keep yourself in better standings when it comes to qualifiers itself. But if they can do that, they are looking like a championship-worthy team moving on to the next phase. And I think Tantrip did slip in one of those interviews that he has been onto that stage before.
Totally understandable. And even for Alter Ego currently as well, there's been much growth. I mean, singles for some of the teams as well, but probably the more notable one is probably Alter Ego, even back in the Master Series Phase 1, or even during the APAC Qualifier to the road to EWC. They were slowly trying to get this nice balance between both placement and kills, because they have always been pretty on and off in terms of their scores. It's either they're getting the only kills or just getting placements alone with barely any kills. If teams, I mean, it doesn't just apply to Alter Ego, right? It's just if the teams are able to get this really nice balance and be really consistent throughout the matches until day 3, the final day, then they pretty much put themselves in a really nice spot where it's not too stressful. Even if you have 1 or 2 bad night or bad games, or even a bad night, you're still able to somewhat recover on that final day, right? But Savage Man Esports, they've been here many times, multiple APAC qualifiers. I don't think I ever seen an APAC qualifier where they never really qualify in. Yeah,
I mean, Savage Man is I guess you could say it's a different situation, they're one of the 4 invited teams, I believe, within the roster itself, and they're one of those teams who I think shouldn't take that one for granted, right? Because in phase 1, they barely made it up to top 6. And as you mentioned, there's only 6 slots this time around to move on forward, to graduate further into the tournament. Having ended at 6th place with not very convincing of the score. Out of the top 6, they're the only ones with only a double-digit finish. So moving on into this phase 2, they need to right the wrongs from previous phases itself.
And then here we do have Roy Esports here. Interestingly enough, right, we had two members of Roy Esports, both being EDB King and Jexy. They were actually moving on to a new team here under the new name, which is Shadow Esports. And by the way, they're still here in this tournament, so naturally it's great to have them here as well. And what better still to go toe-to-toe with your ex-teammates as well. They get a really nice rivalry or brother-sibling rivalry. They're really going head-to-head with each other as well. But then again, on top of that, Roy Esports, they've been pretty on and off in terms of their performances as well. There were games that were really popping off, and then there was just a night where there were really much things happening here. I'm not too sure, is it due to situational, or they always end up having clashing of thoughts or ideals with another team as well, that somewhat slowed things down for them. So let's just see how well they will fare here today for day number 1.
Yeah, and consistency is key, and you mentioned this team right here, Shadow.
Oh, Shadow Esports, yeah.
Yeah, Shadow Esports now taking the limelight as we go through the rosters and players who's getting themselves ready to be within this lobby itself. And remember, it's a 3-day sprint. We've got about 18 games to cover, and 18 games is all these players gonna have to see if they have what it takes to move on to the next stage. You mentioned Roy Esports. Now they're a team that plays a slow play style towards the late game of the circles, playing the edge. Well, it's panned out for them. They finished 4th in the first one. Let's see if maybe a little bit more aggression can actually get them from a 4th placing team onto a top 2.
Then here we do have Nirvana Gaming here. Now these guys, well, they haven't really made as much of an impact compared to some of our recent tournaments. They're always getting towards that, but they're always like the bottom 4 teams here. But then again, at the same time, they are going against like multiple titans in the field here as well here. So despite their positioning, they have really good timing. They have really solid fundamentals, really nice timing. It's just that when the chips are down on the table with that final fight, and depending on who's the opponent as well, you have opponents like Aurora coming in. Sometimes at the same time, you have Alter Ego peppering them at the backside here. Timing sometimes may not be the best thing for them in some situations.
Now this is a team that we were interested on. The full-fledged Malaysian team right here, representing.
We try again.
Yeah, we try again, and again might not be the word that they will have the luxury of comes the end of the 3-day series here. But JFT, Justice for Tomorrow, they are future forwardly thinking right now. They play for tomorrow by winning today, and that's the sort of aggression that has been displayed in phase number 1. Looking forward for them to do some similar thing in phase number 2. However, I must say, JFT, day 1s are always amazing with this team, right? Because they're aggressive players. But then they slowly fell off really hard. They had a 12th finish after solidifying a first place finish in day 1 of phase 1. So they ended up their entire run in 12th place. So a steep fall, if you might ask me.
Yeah, which is actually I wanted to follow up with you on that one, because like that was them back in Master Series phase 1, right? But when we got towards the EWC Apex qualifiers, they had this horizontal progression of play styles. Really, they started being more aggressive. They started being on point. They already have the fundamentals. They just needed to be bold about it as well with their engagement, with their plans. And then you start seeing JFT really popping off during that qualifiers. It was really fantastic to see here. I'm hoping to see how much more growth that they had during this past few months that we haven't seen them in a while here in this current Master Series phase 2 here. But Irohani, Papetta Samurai, now this is also another team that has really great growth. I do wish a little bit more aggression here, but they've been showing phenomenal so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think this team all the way from, well, the Rising Suns, right, from Japan, ISG, they're, I guess, in better footing than most. They find consistency, but their struggle as a team is just that they are fixated as a mid-tier roster. I guess you could say that. I don't mean that in a bad way. Obviously, it means that they've got potential to grow, and they're holding up against some of the big team. Yeah, that is from phase 1 itself. But here we are, the first game of the day here. NZXT is the sponsor. A little shout out as we get into match number 1. Phase 2 of the Grand Finals. It's PUBG Esports Master Series 2025 over in Aragon.
Well, I'm here with you, my co-pilot Keith, as we currently see the beautiful, luscious green map of Rango, probably one of the original, the OG maps here in the PUBG scene here. Each and every one of these players have played this map, whether it's during a tournament or during PUBG as well. They have played this like 1,000 times up to the point where it's practically muscle memories, right? Like it's at that point in that certain phase of the circle where if you know that if you move out at a certain time, you are 100% sure, or maybe not 100%, 80% sure there's going to be someone there. That's how serious it is, like in terms of game sense for a lot of these guys here.
Yeah, I mean, talking about muscle memories itself, right? Kiwa still seems to be the name that they dawn onto themselves with the player that we were following earlier on. So I guess that they'll be hard to break apart from. But moving on from teams, leaving up their previous emblem, that is Aurora with Monty Amped. I believe the new pickups here, or at least within the active roster, would be Akita and Nedex. I don't really recall much of Nedex being in Decima Gaming, so I do think they're new. Dark Horseman, they sound relatively familiar, although it seems that their logos do have a little bit of changes. But Evil Patrick is a name that Mad Cat and Alec we've seen their names popping up in phase 1.
Yeah. By the way, Evil Patrick, if you do recall as well, Evil Patrick was one of the few players here on the side here, or happy squad as well. So happy to move forward here, but of course, first blood being drawn instantly here as ATO is going to be able to get a beautiful knock, and that's going to be a nice kill point for themselves. But Dean with the high ground advantage as well will spray down his opponent, try to transition into a second one, but gets read and popped off instantly as well. Now we see multiple players down for the count here. At WTA, not the greatest of start. They did have their first blood initially here, but now they're losing members like flies and down to the last remaining member here. Not the greatest start for day number 1 here.
Well, I guess if we're trying to look for the silver lining in this situation, we try again. One member. It's a wake-up call. I mean, if you start off at rock bottom, the only way you can go is up, and at least if you can take a few members out, that could be the trade that's well worth it. Better go out with some sort of points, but he gets it. Gets the secure one, so at the very least, he grieved them for a little bit, because that should have been a situation. There we go. There is being expressive of the situation.
They got what they need, right? You get the kill point for it. You definitely made it slightly hurt for ATO, but ATO, of course, started things strong. Probably didn't expect to have such an early confrontation here in phase 1, right? Because usually, phase 1 is usually, maybe phase 1 to phase 2 is usually a little bit more quieter. Sure, you get a couple of pot shots across towards another team, but no real knocks, right? You get a knock, that's nice. You get a kill, that's even better, right? So the fact that ATO is able to just get a full squad wipe here on their hands, for sure. You lose one member, that's unfortunate. Since the name of the game, especially in recent years now, is just to try to get to that final phase with as many teams as much as possible, right? So you lose one member, that's unfortunate, but hey, you still got 3. You're 3 men strong, 4 kills. Couldn't ask for a nice start for himself. Then we have Dark Horsemen here. Sure, new name, but the players are not entirely new. Every single one of them got a bunch of history. Happy Squad, and if I'm not mistaken as well, Alec, Nan, and Mad Cat used to play in Archangel Predator. I could be wrong. I need to do a little bit of confirmation of that, but I'm pretty sure they used to be playing around Archangel Predators back then.
Well, it's been a long time coming, and
oh yeah, I was right. Archangel Predators, yes.
You have Wikipedia up on right now. So do I.
I need to do a quick check, right? It has to get that confirmation now.
Yeah, you're giving away the secrets. People think casters have every information at the back of their heads, but I guess a little bit of disappointment can't hurt you if you've already walked this life for about 20 years now. And I guess that disappointment will trail towards the Dark Horseman, getting greeted
from all angle, nearly takes himself out here. Mad Cat extending a little too long on the top side. Hawkeye shots him from the back, but that is information given that way. Tries to spray through the windows. It's great then, so there's no way he's jumping out. Gets shot from the back end, and that would be him sealing his fate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate as well because he was a scout, right? He was initially the scout that really tried to check things out while trying to get a couple of loot for himself here. That's pretty much why he's here all alone here. Could have been a different story if the whole squad was here, but you know, like I said, he's the scout. He's the one that's just really checking things out. They lose one member, that's unfortunate, but like I said before, 3 men still strong. At least now they know for a fact, okay, this area, this location, this compound is not longer safe. Try to move their way forward. We didn't really get a good view on what the flight path was pretty much like, but judging from the positioning of how centralized a lot of this team, especially from Gatkar as well, they had to assume that the flight path was pretty centralized. It has been pretty fair for a lot of these teams here.
It could be that, or you know what they say, there's a theory that if a situation's too complicated, oftentimes than not, the answer is the most obvious one, right? And perhaps every one of these teams, or most of them, are finding conflicts because they all see value within a certain POI drop, and they're just contesting for it. Right now, Dark Horsemen getting greeted by the likes of the Oceania Giants. That is justice for tomorrow. They're not one of the teams that you'd like to push into because they're trigger happy. They will just run into the compound and trade their lives for it happily. So DH, one member down, they have to be careful.
And also the same, to make matters worse, they're currently in the red zone as well. So you don't really want to stay outside for too long as well. So they might be forced to go into the compound itself, or just might take a safe call to leave because Happy Squad, they smell the blood in the water and the sharks are coming in, and they want a piece of this pie for sure.
Ooh. But Ajin Bots, he ran away. It's like he lost that trade. Even with a scope, he became the bot, I guess. You could say that. Oh, one member gets knocked out from JFT. So Tantrip standing true to his words during his interview. He knows the victories is his. He's just trying to secure it for reals this time. CJ spots out Dusky, but with that slight ledge, we'll be able to find cover and Shoehorse to pick him up.
It's a good knock. Let's say I figured we were wasting a couple of mental resources here, but Tantrip, he definitely want to try to find that angle to try to get that finisher as well, but not too greedy about this. And I'm really happy with this approach. So Happy Squad taking this one step at a time here, because there's still someone out in the open here. Whereas Alex, lost that tray, gets knocked out. Suspect will be the one to finish him off here. Try to swing for the second side, but Evil Patrick will not find a connection here. It looks like JFT will be able to hold their own key and will also wipe out the remaining members of Dark Horsemen.
I don't think that's fair to say that JFT hold their own. I gave them a warning. JFT's not the team you want to push into. They're trigger happy. They're heavy in that finger. And now a Happy Squad is about to turn that smile upside down as they try to share the same compounds with these Oceania Giants themselves. Well, Happy needs to make a move. They are the ones compromised and in the open, so they're desperate to make the push here, which could cost them dearly either way. So traded some shots. So JFT takes the first scar, but nothing too detrimental just yet. Happy Squad, do they have the means to try and push? Ooh. They do. Even things out here with Shoehorse on his knees. And now Happy Squad can try to make the entry, but they're relatively hesitant. Takes some gunfire through the windows here, but it's a stalemate for the time being, unless Tantrip can say something about it.
Quick clash, a quick crash. Looks like they'll be able to find the angle here, and unfortunately JFT just not able to hold their own. Happy Squad deconstructed the entire defense plan for Justice for Tomorrow here, as they got the surround initially, picked them off one by one, and it all began with a single knock of a nade. But Roy Esports, we do see TD quietly in the hunt, in his element currently. Did spot out an encroaching scout. That's gonna be Monty from Team Aurora. But TD thought he was the hunter, but ended up he was the prey. Gets spotted out here, falls back to reset, and Monty will do the same here as well. Just to being a little bit more cautious. It's phase one. No need to overcommit this. Monty takes the safer call. Just get a shot in, get the intel, falls back here to reconvene with the rest of the team here. And it seems like Roy Esports and Aurora Keith is also doing this, a very similar setup of this 1-3 setup, right? Actually, maybe not for Roy. Roy, it seems like they're doing like this 1-2-1 setup. Not sure where's the fourth member though. But currently on the minimap, I only spotted 3 of them.
I mean, it's Roy, right? They're probably spread too thin because they're the edge circle
Covering
players.
more ground, right?
Yeah, they're edge circle players. Even seeing Monty in sight, they rather hold their trigger rather than trying to make a scene here. So we know that they're going to be slow and safe for the time being. But look at that circle. They are comfortable. No one's approaching them from the rear end, so they know that they only need to look north, left, and down itself, right? So they're good on that spot. With the current members, they can play towards the late. It is going to come down to the question of utilities and how much they have them.
Oh, Happy Squad comfortably sitting in the compound, which they was able to secure for themselves. E on the other hand, currently on the outskirts here, trying to get a really nice eagle view of the situation here. And by the way, they do. I'm not sure we've seen this often here, but this is actually the blue chip recall tower here. So if they were able to pick up CJ's blue chip here, they're gonna be able to call him back into the field. That's pretty much why you see a lot of this team, which I think this is something we can talk about, right? Like, you know, most team when you have a member knock on the outskirts, some of them might just let them slide away, right? But now there could be an additional reason to fight longer, so they can try to go for the revives here. And unfortunately for ER, trying to make a quick escape, but gets false prey to from the fault line of Jaxi.
Yeah, one thing about respawn beacons per se, or any similar sort of contraption, is that they tend to be, well, the ones drawing a lot of attention onto it. So most times they're really not worth it unless you're really in the clear to be able to make that sort of attempt. And we've seen that Happy Squad from 3 members trying to get one more member up, a little bit greedy, lost one, and now they're playing with 2. So that was definitely not worth the trade itself.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing out. He was just really scouting things out, right? Because I mean, it's the same goes for a lot of this team, right? It's a very large area. You got a really nice compound, but you just don't really have enough intel, right? So it's just one of those few times where it's a little bit unfortunate. You get caught up by another rotating by team. I think that's the risk that comes with the job, right? But you know, if the situation does allow it, Happy Squad can actually go and reclaim his blue chip and try to go for the respawn here. But you know, I'm pretty sure they're not really attempting currently at the moment, because not only one did they spot out as Team SC just now, but I believe they also spot out one of the members of Savageman Esports within the vicinity here. So since the blue respawn beacon is spawned in an open area rather than as a compound with cover, so I think they're just going to try to forgo this or just take their time with this. Well, we'll see how they do this. But I'm not sure. What do you think about this one, right? Because I'm not a big fan on the whole respawn beacon thing, right? Because it feels like it does change up certain dynamics of the game. But you know, I could be wrong with this one.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it does take away from realism itself, right? He's gone. He's out of the game. Keep him out. Keep him out of the game. Don't bring him in. But I guess, you know, it gives some of these teams who maybe had lost a few members a little bit too soon a fighting chance, which, let's be honest, they're not entitled to that. So, but yeah, in the end of the day, it becomes a judgment call, and I like the fact that it's still something that can be, you can get punished trying to make that attempt, so it's not like a clear cut, you're responding here. There's no guarantee. Meanwhile, talking about guarantees, Erohani Pepetto, it's no guarantee of a shot despite having several attempts from this high ground itself. Yeah. But you were on a train of thoughts. Continue that.
No, I was just saying, like, you know, if this is just one of those situations where you just sit. You're currently most for a lot of these teams who's currently comfortable in the circle, right? You get a nice defensive position. You got your surroundings in check as well. You might as well just sit around and look pretty. But at the same time, with the amount of resources in the hands of Irohani Pepetto Samurai, currently in Runats with the MK12, he has a lot of bullets. So it's pretty okay for you to actually get a couple of pot shots. You get a knock, that's great. If it can lead to a kill, that of course naturally be better. But looks like Sumoy out in the open. You gotta get to that rock for cover real quick here, because there's a lot of teams that's currently keeping an eye on you currently at the moment.
Well, a kill onto the way of Alter Ego. Strick gets that one out, and members from Hive will be scratching themselves at this point, figuring out what went wrong. Meanwhile, sharing this compound, we've got from Unlucky up against Aurora, who, well, chose the right abbreviations, trying to aura farm this situation. Bayern to just be the thorn in the bush here if Akita just does not look out. And that could cause him negative aura if he gets caught out. Just saying, right here, right there. You hear the footsteps.
Oh, he's neck deep in enemy territory, man. He's not willing to take the risk to go for that pick. He feels he's trying to decide right now, right? He's trying to make the call. Do I want to take? Do I really want to just try to quiet things out, or just wait for an opportunity? Currently, as you can see, he's just waiting for the right timing to seize the moment, to seize the opportunity. But currently, there's just not enough for him to really commit for this fight. Whereas on the other side, looks like we see a couple of pot shots happening, a couple of knocks too, courtesy for the respective team. And Roy Esports here having a classic massacre stand-up against Savage Man Esports here. But currently, well, Roy's gotta be careful. If I'm not mistaken, their team is currently stuck between both Aurora and Savage Man.
Aurora has someone to address, and they're down below. They're quite a distance. And talking about which, Unlucky finds a lucky shot against one of the Aurora coming in, farming that up, and now Unlucky. That was pretty unlucky if you ask me. Like, you got the first shot, and then the door closed on you. That was what kept his victim alive.
Exactly.
Come in with the retaliate here, and there you go. Unlucky loses Bayan in that process.
Oh, it is definitely an unfortunate situation here. But of course, close call for Aurora, still keeping their 4 members still strong. Setsu on the other end, getting really nice kills for the team here, slowly building up that revenue here in the first match of our day number 1. You know, usually day 1, especially for a lot of these guys, I feel like day 2 is usually better for a lot of these guys, as they have already somewhat get accustomed to at least the team that's currently they're playing against, right? So day 1, particularly match 1 as well, feels like they're just really testing the waters here. Really trying to get a feel of the team. Has there been any changes this past few weeks or months now since they last confronted each other? Is there any new tactics, especially with the new rosters for some of these guys? Let's see what's going to be the aggression like. And so far, a lot more action than we expected here, especially for phase 1 towards phase 3.
I would like to point out earlier on, we got a glimpse of CJ from Happy Squad making it back into the map. So God gave him a second life, a lifeline, per se, just when we were going on and on about the realism. But hey, at least he came in with a parachute, not some angel wings. So Nirvana is where it's at. Life after death. Nirvana, however you pronounce it, RKS, is trying to send him to the promised land, but to no avail, hits no one in PUBG fashion.
Yeah. This is just one of those few situations where, especially like of course, this is a scenario when you don't really have much resources, right? It's like you don't really want to spray too much or just commit too much if it doesn't really lead to anything. Sure, if it's out in the open again, knock, you'll be able. It's so simple for you to get a kill, especially if you're able to get them a knock right out in the fields well here. Oh, that's the first introduction of the C4 that we spotted here. Finds no one. Mark is currently stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's trying to hold on the line. It's an S12K, a shotgun in the hand. He's trying to find the head. Gets the first, misses the second, gets knocked in the end. Feven trying to hold on the line. They want a slice of Feven for sure to keep the line. Panda Shrek needs to reload, gets the connection, keeps him alive. Runok comes in for the save just in time for the revives, and entire team wipe.
That was probably the best use of the Panzerfaust right there, I'm not gonna lie. A little impressed. A guaranteed trade of your health. But meanwhile, talking about trading lives here, Ato going up against the Shadow Esports, who's coming out of the shadows, actually tossing nades on forward. He's got elemental damage into this compound, but the Panzerfaust, we've seen it again. We've seen it before. They have to be careful. Oh, it was a far attempt, but Ato is the one that gets blown up in this trade.
the vehicle took too much initial damage as well from the sprays and from the initial nades bombardment as well. So that one good nade really just finished up really clean up the rest there. Whereas on HR27, this is the other new team we really want to try to get a good intel on here for sure. They do have one of the members initially knocked down. They're playing around the edges. I mean, it's a classic thing when you're playing a Ragnarok. You want to play around the edges, slowly make your way in, try to get control from your respective sides. But with one member knocked, this does put them in a little bit of a detrimental situation here, as they have to try to take this fight head on, even with inconvenience and surroundings as well. Oh, what a nade. Beautifully done for CWZ.
Well, CWZ is not satisfied just yet. Trying to get as much karma as he can before he moves on to the next match of the day here. But Roy, again, just being like the silent killers, they maintain their position also quiet, leaving... I don't know how long they can do so, though, because ex-Savage men, they've now infiltrated the likes of Roy's compound. Sicko, about to go sicko mode in this. If they were to try and push on upwards, it could go 50-50. But Roy, I think they have the better half of this situation being spread out, at the very least in terms of cutting losses. But they will lose in terms of the confrontation, as we say that. T-Day gets knocked out. Kamsa tries to come in with any potential trade, but could not see amidst the smokes that was deployed from his own teammate. And so he's stuck upon this hill here. So just to echo yourself, he tries to get Thievin in the process that's driving by, but again, not catching anyone. This smoke is his holy grail right now, just keeping him alive. But it will run out eventually.
Seems like from the score feed alone, it seems like Happy Squad ran into the clutches of Team Aurora here. So Aurora is going to be the one to clean up on the side here. It seems like Aurora is going to have a really nice control towards the south side of the circle here, whereas towards our north side, all the action is here. Key 4 squads back to back. They're battling for the compound because they're still playing around the edges as well. It's going to be sticking around until end of phase 6 here too. So it's a pretty prominent positioning. A very strategic positioning for themselves as they slowly make their transition towards phase 6 here. Pretty much why you're seeing all the at least these 4 teams here, these 4 squads, battling, duking it out here. I guess the same goes for the right side here too. All the compounds being the priority here. Alter Ego up against HYVE Internationals here. Savage, on the other hand, was going to be able to find Turtle KY. It's going to be a nice initial kill score for themselves. That's going to be 3 in total. Things are looking good for these guys so far. NRG, 2 members remaining. They got a nice first kill, but now things are slowly going downhill at the moment.
Oh, they gotta be careful though. Savage Men, although they got the kill onto Nirvana, this created opportunity for Roy. They still have their 3rd member, who was as good as dead in that process, walked out alive. Barely holding on through smokes earlier on. Now they found themselves a lifeline. And that's all because NRG came in to disrupt any sort of advancement. CW7 now playing the boogeyman under the bridge. Might just catch one in the process here. They do sense something wrong. Primes the grenade, tossed on forward, but just not at the right target or at the target they do not suspect. CW7 patient plays, but we might not get the clip that we wanted, and we've moved on from that.
Ooh. It seems like we missed it. We just missed it a minute ago, but they were eventually cleaned up by Savage Men Esports here. So that's gonna be the end for match number 1 for them here. But it's not. But we still have multiple matches to go. So much more for NRG to really build up later on. Same goes for the rest of the team that got knocked out early. Whereas now Savage Men riding on this momentum. 6 points in total, by the way. 5 kills. That's a substantial amount as well here too. So riding up that high wave, trying to see if they can get a couple more points later on. Meanwhile, Roy Esports comes up. Trying to get those heals in, switches into the car, switch through here, trying to turn the tables here, but unfortunately, we'll find no success in this.
Oh, and just like that as well, Blue Chip Recall has been disabled, and Sicko falls on his knees. Hive International to come in and spread this disease here. Seeing people fall 1, 2, 3, and 5. Bull 7, Roy to fall down with. Kunyit is probably the last man still left standing, but he's tanking the blue and a whole lot of it. We'll have to find their way out, but E2, actually gatekeeping him in this process.
The OT he knows. He definitely has a feeling, or at least he spotted him initially. There's going to be someone there. He doesn't mind sticking it out, but not for too long. He knows the circle, the impending circle, is currently moving in here, and as it gets more smaller and more open towards the fields here, positioning starts becoming a little bit more of a key objective for a lot of these guys here. Also, Ego, they really got this really nice high ground for this cell, but it really depends on how the phase 7 will treat them. We're down to our final 4, Keith, in 6 phases, by the way. This is probably one of the more faster games we ever casted here in the Master Series, at least, even back in phase 1.
I believe that's credit onto the new patch notes as well, right? I think they've made it a little bit faster. Last I checked, I might have to fact check myself, but I did remember reading some sort around that the timings of each match and each circles itself. I could be wrong. It could be just a red zone. Yeah.
I mean, but also, to credit on top of that, we've been seeing a lot more squad wipes, more faster than expected too as well. So much actions actually, this phase 1, or at least this first earlier phases.
Well, I'm happy to see Aurora. So they're the teams that supposedly come out to play here, the Oceania teams. Still 4 members, 9 kills. Well, evenly matched with AE here, with still 4 members and 11 points, right? That's placement plus kills itself. 6 kills already for after Alter Ego, 4 to Aurora itself. And if we can have a standoff of 2 healthy squads against each other, that could be the clip for match number 1 here.
Could be. Final 3. HR27 going straight for placement alone. No kill points at all on their hand. They practically just limp. I dare say, Keith, they literally limped into this final circle. I think they eventually got spotted out by Chibrit here. So, but good attempt. He got that third placement for themselves. That's still a decent amount of points. Although it'll be even better if it was able to balance out with those kills. So maybe we'll see a little bit more changes towards the upcoming matches. But for now, Alter Ego versus Aurora with a C4 climb on the cars.
That was dirty.
We'll find no one.
That was dirty right there, and they're paying the price. Alter Ego losing a few members already, walking through the blazing fires in which they detonate themselves, but you've got tricks up his sleeves on top of the entire compound here. He's got the eagle eyes, the oversight, and you've got some cover fires from the tree lines, but Akita, I'm sure he's here to try and prevent tricks. We'll have to pull a really, really good one. Right now, advantage goes to the side of Aurora. They did start within compound. Gets one trick through the door. That's M2. One of your marksmen getting knocked down. 2 members, actually. AE now has the numbers advantage, and they're way too far to do anything. Akita within that shed. That kill onto M will be confirmed, and Akita gets blasted through the windows itself. Aurora, they are falling like flies, leaving only 1 member, Needax, against the world, against the Alter Egos. Monty, maybe they can double team this one. They're not out and down just yet. They've evened out the scores in terms of the members. I think Alter Egos going with the pickup. They do not want a 50-50. Flash, just to run through, get some of those exposed. Monty's up on the high ground now, so that could be a saving grace for him. As he spots one out, gets knocked down, tricked. A taste of his own medicine. And now, the leverage goes back to the way of Aurora, who is in compound, while the rest plays out in the open, hiding merely behind a fence.
Holding down the line, it's 2v2, going head on with each other here. No time for the revives, and barely any utility to follow up with this as well. All it takes is a good timing, a good swing, and a precise headshot to secure the final round here, Keith, as they're constantly having this tug-of-war back-to-back here. Try to replan themselves. If we do see Seymour with the grenade launcher prime and ready, needs to come in here.
Oh, it's gonna be
The
one
final
heck of a
sprint,
step.
man.
Yeah. But I mean, come on, high ground advantage, right? There is no way Aurora should lose this one. Look at that. Alter Ego is just absolutely pinned down, and Aurora was closer to some of the supplies left from the teammates, deceased teammates here. So they're a bit more well off with the utilities on the side of Aurora if they were to go down and loot. But that crawl could be the game changer. Smokes have been deployed. If they can pick them up, then it swings the number advantage to the side of Alter Ego themselves.
We might actually see a full 2v3 at the same time here. Good job from Trick, really just making the whole run through. But of course, naturally, courtesy of his teammate, able to set up the smoke trail. Nice knock on Trick, but he was low in the first place anyway. Seymour is the real goal here. Now it's a 1v2, Keith.
1v2
for the revive.
Yeah. No, Aurora can't go for the revive. They're too far apart. Monty tried to go.
I'm saying they're going for the revive for Trick.
Oh, they're going for Trick. Yeah, then Monty has to act fast. He actually jumped in position to somewhat come in for the flank, but because of the smoke, he didn't take a shot. And Alter Ego, they just got that trade-off real well. And now Monty just finds himself in an awkward situation. And an awkward grenade. Just showing off performance anxiety here with 2 grenades at the very least. It's a fake, I get it. But hey, is that fake enough? Is it enough to fake them and walk straight into the dragon's den?
Okay, Panzerfaust. This is the moment. We saw great success. We saw success with the Panzerfaust for some of the teams previously before this. Can he pull through for Monty? If he gets a multiple with the Panzerfaust, that is a real game changer for the man. But he just needs to get information. He spots out 1 there. What's the rest of the teams here? Gets 2. They have to make the assumption they're all currently at the back of the house. He guts the prime and charge. So many flashes. Too many flashes here. Are they still in the same spots? In terms of positioning, he attempts. And unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. Alter Ego secures first match here as our winner chicken dinner here for match number 1. Well done. And this is the team that got top 3 in our previous Master Series here as well, and even the APAC qualifiers for EWC here. So well done coming for the team.
As if we didn't know this one's coming. Actually, I didn't see this one coming. Like, Aurora had every advantage in the book, right? It was a mansion circle, and for the longest of time, Aurora was holding that compound for dear own life. A great intro from Alter Ego with that crash C4 planted vehicle. But it nearly did not work out for them, but somehow with sure mechanics alone, they turned that tide. And I think if Aurora would have looked back at the replay, they'd be kicking themselves because Monty was in prime position at the flank side to actually take down 2 members of Alter Ego. But unfortunately, the smokes was in the way, so he couldn't have seen that anyway.
No, that entire fight, the comms was completely precise, but of course, here's gonna be the highlight. What a round that we just witnessed here for match number 1. Let's be honest, I didn't expect to see that much action here, particularly especially during phase 1. I thought it was going to be our classic PUBG tournament, Phase 1, Phase 2, just the scout, just intel gathering, people playing safe, people playing with cover, trying to get good positioning. No, it's not. We got our first full team wipe, follows up with a couple of knocks here and there that leads to a finisher as well. We also got that nice introduction with the blue chip respawn as well, with the respawn tower too. So practically we're getting a lot of things, and even C4 exploding vehicles here, especially came here. So we're pretty much getting the full package here. The only thing that's currently missing in that match was pretty much the usage of the BDRM armored vehicle. That's the only thing that we didn't really get to see.
I'm happy with the reels of highlights that we've got as is, man. That C4 play was brilliant. Chef's kiss. If that does not make it in any sort of highlights or content that goes out onto social media, I'd be severely disappointed. But yes, that blue chip has been displayed. I've seen CJ coming back into the game, unfortunately. Not enough for Happy Squad to pretty much drive it towards the edge. But this finishing was a little bit, I guess, frustrating for the side of the Oceania teams, because they had circle, they had compound, and they nearly had the right idea of coming in with the flanks, but somehow the stars just did not align for them, and they slowly fumbled left, right, and center. But they got close, and those were the two top fragging teams within this match series itself. So after match 1, we're going to see those two solidifying on top with a decent amount of kill points and placements.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a really great thing for them here as well here too. So either way, this is gonna be the at least for our top 4 post stats situation for a lot of these guys. Alter Ego being our champion for that match 1 itself, utilize. Oh, that's a lot of utilities for them on the other end here. But of course, this just shows how much things has been going on. Alter Ego, every step of the way, they were practically having some form of conflict. Whether is it going to be a CQE situation or more mid to long range, as we have been seeing them from the kill feed from time to time. Aurora hasn't, ever since from that one situation with Happy Squad, then we haven't been seeing much on the kill feed for them here. Shadow Esports has been going toe-to-toe alongside with Raw Esports, especially from during that northwestern side. We saw earlier with the entirety of the four different squads trying to gain control of the northwestern side of the circle during Phase 6. Pretty much a lot of action before we even got to that Phase 7 itself. So it was a really crazy round for the match number 1.
Yeah, I'm looking at some consistent trends across the board here, and I guess what really sets the difference between the winners and well, the second place is the amount of utilities that they really have in hand, right? Like Alter Ego, it's not just raw power and damage for them. They also they utilized a lot of the smokes, 15-3, and it was the smokes that stopped Monty in his place from actually securing the victory for Aurora. So here they are right now, Alter Ego. Well, I guess puffing that ego up with 11 kills, 2k total damage, and the first chicken dinner of this evening here. Every single one of these members putting absolute work right now in terms of their match history. 36 with Man. So far, we're tracking these kill counts, and they are looking absolutely scary.
Yeah, do take into account, before this grand finals they had a open qualifier and semi-finals as well. So don't be confused when you see like the total amount of kills that it's like what Keith said, right? Is that we're keeping track throughout the entire road, throughout this entire Master Series here. But yeah, since we're back on Aurora, it's something we can somewhat break down from the last round, right? Sure, it's a 2v2. Like I said, just seeing from that fight alone, especially with seeing how it was somewhat of a stalemate initially between Aurora and Alter Ego, right? Sure, they got the position. Aurora had the positioning and everything, but you can definitely see the comms coming from Alter Ego very precise, and they're very calm about this as well. Especially for Trick, he's knocked down the ground, right? So in the end, they just make a more safer call. Let's try to get as many people on this playing field as much as possible. Right? That's pretty much why they committed the smoke trail. They got the revive on Trick. 2v3. I wouldn't say it's somewhat of sure, it's a slight advantage, but in certain situation, especially with that kind of close quarter combat situation, it may not matter if you're able to line up that spray line. But that all went downhill here for Aurora when they had their member knocked down in the positive, and then it suddenly became a 1 victory. That's pretty much where the round really just set in stone. The victory was set in stone here for Alter Ego.
Yeah, I mean, it was awkward, right? Because they had the idea, but because one side couldn't execute on it from not having the vision, then
Right.
they just fell apart. It was supposed to be the go time, but someone ain't pulling the trigger because someone ain't seeing the target. But it's all right though. Moving on onto this next match, it's still going to be Erangel once again, and my God, that one on the bottom right there, he's got a good setup. What did you say his name was again?
Dip.
I'm pretty sure it's spelled longer than that.
No, man. Anyway, coming back to our champion for match number 1 is Alter Ego here. An absolute blast to see these guys, and especially remember what we were discussing in the pre-show as well, right? We were hoping to see, especially after experiencing multiple teams, the best teams in our region that has to offer in the previous tournaments before leading up to this Master Series. They have managed to garner so much experience, so much knowledge, the play styles, even fundamental wise as well. So now suddenly in match number 1, I'm very proud to say that not only were they able to get the placement points, they were also able to get a decent amount of kill points to play on top of that placement points. But the big question naturally, of course, is are they able to keep this consistency throughout the rest of the night here? Because if they end day one tonight here, of the remaining 5 matches with similar performances, sure, you may not need to get first placement, right? But if you're able to just get decent placement with a decent amount of kill scores, you're pretty much on a really good pedestal for sure.
And that's all you can hope for, really, in a battle royale style games. It's really just setting up the buffer so well, so any mistakes is going to even out and still put you in a good position, right? Because no one could see anything, all these things playing out the way it did. I'm pretty sure We Try Again is not looking forward to trying again, but they understand the name of the game. It's PUBG. You have to just queue in and reset your entire mental and go in and get as much points to make back what you've left off.
Yep. Even for Savage Man, right? Even though they weren't able to secure top 3, just the fact that they get the top 5 with 7 kills, that's still pretty impactful for the rest of the squad, especially for the leaderboard. Since this is just match 1, we have a total of 18 matches in total throughout today and the entire weekend as well. Remember, we're back to the regular marathon. We weren't like in the previous tournament, Keith, where we were doing a sprint. 2 days for each team to rack as much points as possible. That's a sprint. That was no longer a marathon. It was a sprint. Everyone was trying to look for kills. Everyone was trying to look for placements here. Now we're back to the regular marathon. This team can slowly build up the revenue and try to make it through all the way to day 3 and see what kind of a position they've managed to place themselves in. Naturally, you're able to get a decent amount of points, that's fine. But if you have a bad night, like really bad night, that puts you in quite a spot in day 2 for you to really try to outperform, to try to balance that out here. If not, when we get to day 3, it's gonna get to that point where you're just like, all right, unless we have a miracle, then we're gonna be able to turn things around. And I don't think any team wants to be in that position.
Talking about the format, right? Like, did you notice one thing? Like, the longer a format, the more aggressive a team plays, because they're willing to take more risk, knowing that they can potentially even things out. When you get like these 1 day stretch, 1 day sprint, 2 day sprint, everyone just plays super safe, and you've only get the action towards the last few circles.
Yep. And also, while we're in this discussion, right? Let's talk a little bit on the blue chip, right? Because I don't think we really get to talk about that particular mechanic that's available here in PUBG to use, right? Even back in EWC, the BRDM or even the blue chip, it felt like we didn't really see it as often, or it wasn't as like it didn't really feel as impactful compared to the DMR nerf, right? Because that one really hurt a lot more compared to like the blue chip and everything. Don't get me wrong, the blue chip respawn beacon, that's pretty cool. But at the same time, it really depends on when you use it, right? You can't use it too late and you can't use it for too many people, right? Too late. Because can you imagine phase 5, you call back 3 members. You're the lone member, you call back all 3. Where are you going to find a compound or a place or a location with enough resources to re-equip your entire team again, right? If it's one player, you're still fine, right? But if it's like you're respawning the whole squad, then it becomes a situation where we're about to feed kills, you know? The chances or the percentage of you feeding additional kill points with our team with whatever resources that they have is relatively high here. Or at least that's just how I see it, you know?
No, I agree. Like I said, that thing, it's a judgment call. Yeah, I'm glad that it still made it a judgment call because it's not a guaranteed revive. You still have to factor into considerations, right? It's going to attract attention, and attention always means that you're going to trade. There's a potential to trade off, and we've seen that happen with Happy Squad. With only CJ down, they were 3 members strong, and they wanted to get that 1 additional members, but there were people in the area who saw the smokes around the beacon as well and started shooting down at them, and their attempt failed. In the end, they walk away, 1 less member, but eventually did get the revive onto CJ. So I guess it evens out, but it net 0 in the end of the day is what we're saying, and it still goes down to a judgment call in general.
Well, you know, but you know, at the same time, that was still very. I believe that was like what, phase 3 when they brought back CJ in. So it's like it's still early, right? There's still a lot of ground, there's still a lot of play, so it's still fine. But you know, here's the interesting thing, right? So I also found out that you can also pick up your opponent's blue chip. So practically,
What do you do with that?
no, you can basically hold them hostage, right? It's that kind of situation. It's like. That's what I'm saying, right? The play style changes for a lot of these guys because, you know, the natural goal, even before the blue chip thing comes in, right? The natural goal for PUBG is to try to bring as many members to the final phase as much as possible, right? But suddenly, what if you're in that situation where, now with the blue chip thing, what if you're in a situation where you know for a fact there is no other team around you? It's still relatively early, but your teammate is currently locked down with another squad. Do you want to fight this team to revive your teammate? Or do you want to just like literally forgo him, abandon him entirely, right? It's like you said, it's a judgment call here. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of the fact that you could pick up opponent's blue chip, right? Just be like, just run away with it. We have your boy.
So, okay, if you take the blue chip from the opponent, can you actually revive him and farm the kill points?
No. I don't think you can. Actually,
that right there was a deal breaker.
We don't really have like top gear. We don't really have like top gear people in PUBG to really test that out. Probably someone did, but I just never watched it. But I don't think they can. I don't think you could revive your opponent with the chip, with their chip. I know you could destroy that chip, but I know you can destroy the chip, but I don't know whether you could revive them with a chip. I don't think it's possible. It'll be weird, but
that would be super cool if that would have happened. Imagine that, right? You revive someone else, farm the kills just to get an additional point, so you go out in maybe second place and even things out with the first place winner. I don't know. Like, it opens potential and possibilities of that, but that's a stretch. And talking about a stretch, here we are in the stretches off the airship in Erangel, trying to get something out of the way. But first, it's NZXT, who believes anyone can be a PC gamer. So if you think that's you, time to hop on that gear as we go into phase 2 of the grand finals. It's match 2 out of the 18-long stretch that we have all weekend here in the PUBG Esports Masters Series 2025. It's Erangel, map number 2.
it's going to be a really good weekend of PUBG. Actually, it's a good month for APAC PUBG action here. So I'm glad that we're starting things off in the first week. Multiple weekends to go here. And by the way, finally, we got back the map here. So we're able to see the fly pad. Pretty centralized here. Teams going to be able to drop respectively. I do remember Hive International, or previously, if anyone who's been watching that from Master Series Phase 1, they were Zen Esports. If you guys here for the EWC APAC Qualifier, they were Zenshin, who, by the way, they were exploding in that map. Zonova Island has been one of the few go-through drops for these guys as well. So if Hive International were to drop here, wouldn't be too surprised. And look at that, they are going for the long dives here. And I think Savage Man Esports did notice them going for their respective dive. Decide to go straight for the ferry pier, at least to the north side of Zonova Island, anticipating this in case of where this circle has been going. So far, the circle, I believe, for the match one, we started towards the northeastern side, towards the ocean waters here. So not a lot of ground for the teams to play with here. The circle hasn't been favorable for a lot of these guys so far, but we're just 2 matches in. Let's just see. We won't know until we witness all 6 matches to see how the circle has been faring for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, and talking about POI,
Oh,
as it closed
God.
down, south side on the island is where it's at. We do want to keep in mind that there's going to be altercation happening here over in Gatka, which is how We Try Again fell out earlier on today. Not by Atto itself, but hey, they fell out nonetheless. Hopefully this time around they've got a fighting chance. Also over in Georgia Paul, I believe, and then somewhere down south, somewhere down and then to the right side, eastern side of the map. But we'll get into that in just a bit because right now HR2Z they're going up against last match's champion actually, Alter Ego. Look at Man, he's so close. He's got a body down already, and now they're looking to trade here as Dip tries to take a dip or a dent against the members of Alter Ego, who's also lost 1 member. But it's still a 3v3, regardless, after all, playing over nearby Milta. So.
But this is a fight that they have to take. HR27 can't make the call to leave this area entirely, because if you notice around their current compound and location, there's barely any cover. It's open fields here as well, and there's multiple levels in this compound as well. So a lot of vantage point to really pick on the members of HR27. There's also one of their knockdown members here for them to reclaim the blue chip here. So more reason for them to really stay here to duke it out against Alter Ego here. And looks like Dip was going to be able to find a beautiful shot on Trick to get the knockdown here, on Man to get the knockdown here, and now they were able to balance things out or equalize the score here to a 3v3. Might be even a 3v2 with how low Trick was, but Trick was able to rectify the problem and find a solution. And Seymour also joining in the fray. Last member standing here. I'm not sure how long he can last, Key.
Well, let's hope a long time, because he's named to be an aggressor, and well, he will be the ones eating his own last name here.
Oh. Try again against ATO2, the new teams in this current lobby. Instantly gets knocked down, greeted and kind. Kia holding up the line with 1 HP. Unfortunately, is not enough. The S12K could have pulled through it. Astro, last member standing. The Malaysia team still stands strong.
I'm okay with this. Hey, you know what they say? Keep trying. 3rd time's the charm, and it only took them 2 times the charm to actually make things happen. But then reveals himself in the jump immediately. Oh, well, they try a little too bad here. Maybe there's a diminishing return in how many times you try before you're just throwing it away. It's like gambling, right? You, I mean, I don't want to get into it, but don't double down when you're not winning. Yeah, that's what.
But it's still fine. WTA, they lost 1 member once during knocked down. If they're able to just clean things out, and they of course naturally they will be able to revive the member with, of course, naturally getting 4 kill score on top of the board here. Now they're slowly making waves. Now they're slowly making progress. They couldn't make much for the last match, and now they're trying to plan to get a little bit more in match number 2. Coming for your NRG here, Nirvana Reverse Soldier Gaming here. Able to get a really nice spray on one of the members here, but sadly, it's not going to lead to any kill or knock. We did see on the kill feed that they did lose one of the initial members earlier here as well, courtesy of Pangster. So it's going to be a nice thing. Couple of first blood, 2 squad wiped in phase number 1 here. We see Roy Esports already making headway towards the military base here. And by the way, we never really get to talk about the circle, right? This circle is so deep into the ocean water levels here, Keith. We're practically, and there's so little land area for the players to play on, or even try to hold on, because there's a lot of fields here besides the port town to cover with the compounds, right? There's barely any land for them to play on. It feels, although it's phase 1, right, but it doesn't feel like a phase 1 circle anymore with how many land areas that's left. It feels like we're currently around like phase 5 at this point here. We're like 2-3 phases ahead.
Yeah. You're right on that. No, I do want to follow again what Roy has in mind going from the ocean side. But first, Needex needs our attention as he sprays into members of NRG, taking over compound. Now this is the aggressor that we know and love, and I guess it's this sort of plays that really is incentivized with the revive beacon, right? Because you can earlier on with we try again, they lost 2 members. I think winning that overall give them the chance to actually get that blue chip, go in for the revive. So in situations like that, you kind of appreciate that mechanics itself. But we'll see if that mechanics stays the same as Hive now goes up onto the high ground, tries to push forward, but the nade is perfectly primed, but gets him with the bullets through the windows, and now immediately Hive, not in fighting conditions, has to try and weather the storm that is hailing down ammunitions. 1 member left, and he's using a nade for that one too, just to ensure no revives has been given. Secures that kill, and Hive has been eliminated.
Oh, dude, you could not ask for a more ideal location to defend that the blue beacon tower here as well. He is on a high ground, steep hills. The only way up is through the runway here. There's just absolutely no way. It's a choke point that becomes a kill zone, perfectly set up to cater for NRG. Now they just need, and to make things even better, Keith, is that an entire squad got wiped out there. So their 4th member will be able to come to go and replenish himself for supplies. But anyway, yeah, this is the pickup thing that's been commonly used. We haven't seen it in match number 1, but it's a good reason why they're using it this early, courtesy of Dark Horseman here, because they did drop out towards pretty much the northern side of the map here. So with where the current circle is, and especially you're too far, and it's a good assumption to know that a lot of the bridges is going to be gatekept by a lot of teams, right? So instead of taking the risk of trying to go for a run by, they might as well just drop dead center into a good spot in hopes that no one's really keeping an eye on them here.
By the way, I have to steal the mic a little bit because look at that. We try again. They revived all 4 members, so they're 4 members strong again. But now he just jumps straight into the compound, and Kev, you've taken too much of that hit. Members of DG is in the area, so it seems like he just wasted his lifeline here. Will go down, so I guess try again for Kev. Well, the rest of the member goes out free. Meanwhile, Nirvana taking a high ground, the heavens as you would call it. Scoping down, there is the Aurora Lights, the Northern Lights, just lurking around this compound. Spots out Need, tries to go with the tap, but gets traded. Man, it's the sharpest shot coming from Akita.
Ooh. CWZ committed a little bit longer. It might be a little bit of a different story, but looks like Dark Horseman. It's gonna be greeted. It's gonna be greeted by Raw Esports members here as well. How well can Bully hold down the line? He's trying to make headway. He gets a couple of tags, still survive. We're trying to dance this tango until the rest of the team comes in or try to find a line of sight to go for the spray down. That's going to be Kunyit here. But he's getting peppered down and forced to keep his head down while he replenishes to go for a second win.
Well, that second win better come in fast. Roy Esports. They've taken over this compound, but Dark Horse, they actually only deployed 3 member. 1 with Alec trying to take in the flank side, or at least the off angle. But that would put them in a disadvantage when it comes to pushing indoors, where it matters most in CQC. Meanwhile, Circle is about to close on deeper. We do see towards the Sosnovka Island even the further. Now we're going to see the great migration from the rest of the team. But first, Evil Patrick shows a little bit of his derriere, gets shut down by T-Day. And meanwhile, talking about that migration, tolls are being paid by Happy Squad here. Claim it for themselves. DG lost 1 member. That should two actually. That should deter the rest of them from making the advancement.
I mean, this is to be expected as well, right? We already anticipated the bridges itself is going to be gatekept or blocked by a lot of these teams. And Happy Squad being one of the few. So a lot of teams is definitely going to be paying the price here. That's why you see a lot of teams taking the second option by taking the pickup drop off here. just for them to get into the circle as quickly and as safely as much as possible. Actually, no, maybe safely is the wrong term to use here because you have still no idea whether there's going to be another team. Pretty much like what Dark Horseman actually experienced as they drop into a very similar location to where Roy Esports was. To make matters worse, Roy Esports already spot them parachuting down here as well here. So they were pretty ready to greet them in kind. And they were able to hold them off here, but they haven't really wiped them out. So Dark Horseman still stands. Aurora is still in a pretty comfortable spot. They're still in the safety of the circle here, but they can't stick around for too long. It's going to be phase 3. It's going to be phase 3, and we're not too sure whether the circle is going to force them out or not.
Oh, so there's been an update between Dark Horse and Roy. Turns out Dark Horse was the one who gets wiped out. The crew that came in with the parachute themselves. So I thought it was a bit awkward them trying to push into compound with having one member less. Like, I get it. You would want to have a flank side cover if it was an open area match, warfare, right? Then sure. But if they're going to be fighting inside compounds, there's nothing a flank side or an off-angle gunner is going to do to shoot behind the walls. Like, so they pay the price on that, but it's okay. Nirvana still stands tall up on his heavens here as he sprays down onto Monty. And he spots out members from Aura. NeedX tries to go in with the cheeky play, sticks his head out, but does get the connect though.
Oh, CWZ. It's not winning any of this fight so far, and Prankster's also not either as well. Aurora really showing the dominance of their fundamentals with the marksmanship as well. Even with the nerf of the DMR, they're still getting all these knocks.
They had to nerf it, maybe. That's the reason they nerfed it.
12% and a 45% RPM. I mean, it definitely did hurt. It definitely hurt. But it's not something that the team will have to forego. But it definitely hurts for sure.
I mean, those clips add up. 12% of every single thing. 12 is a huge number, right? We're here crying about taxes at like 8%. So 12 is detrimental. But talking about taxes, it looks like they will get their return here with We Try Again. So they've got more members. This is their second time using that beacon, I believe.
Yeah.
Go on.
They used it the first time to revive one member. Now they're using the second to revive all 3 members here. But that's the thing, right? So he's calling them. It's still pretty early, so the blue zone doesn't really hurt as much, right? So that's why you see that We Try Again, call them outside the blue zone. Hopefully, just try to get as much loot as much as possible here. It'll be quite limited naturally, of course, but it's just phase 3 circle, so it doesn't hurt as much. They can endure a little bit longer.
Enduring, I get that, but they've got to remember this is a team in built-up power, which means you're enduring the blue and going through a gate-capped bridge, unless you can find a way to fly in, like what Roy Esports did, or no, I mean, yeah, like Dark Horse did, and Roy's used the boat side. So if they could find an alternate way in, then sure, I think it's worth tanking the blue. But if they're going through the traditional toll bridge, they're gonna pay the price. Meanwhile, Chibrit claims one for himself, so he's gonna die a martyr at the very least if they don't go in for the revive, which it seems like they might have the capability to do so.
Holding down, we do see Seymour coming in, and the rest of the members of Alter Ego coming in. The full cavalry is here to reconvene on the position. I love the aggression. It is a much needed aggression. They're already a little bit too late to get into the safety of the circle. You might as well just try to get as much kills as much as possible. And coincidentally, they managed to find Alter Ego here. They did set up the C4.
I'm scared. I want to see what happens with the C4, but I don't think it's necessary
Not
now.
needed, yeah.
Feven. The last man standing. But that was a bit of an overkill, I'm not gonna lie. That's their vehicle, and they're way out of here as well. Destroyed. So I guess they've sealed themselves in a coffin. You might as well eat the flesh before it rots.
I mean, they're still Feven. They still know there's still one more person. They just don't know whether it's on the second floor or the ground floor here. It looks like they do manage to clear out and annihilate the entire squad for themselves. That's another additional 8 kills, by the way, in this round alone. 8 kills on the back here for Alter Ego here. Lun Lun gets spotted out from not just the west, but also the north as well. No area for him to cover here. Can someone try to go for the revives here?
That's what I call the traditional 3-2-1 coordinated attacks. I'm pretty sure they timed that just to make sure that he goes down. That worked out spectacularly, though. Now CJ's out in the open. I think they've got an idea on where he is. But the circle, we've got ourselves an update to see where it is closing on soon. But based on this alone, huge saturation coming out from south side here. Nearly 4 teams will have to duke things out. But the bottleneck comes in north with Alter Ego having to go through DG and if not JFT.
They're back in their vehicles, making a run down through. DG is going to be the one that's going to be gatekeeping. Actually, no, they're not entirely on the bridge though. They're currently at the base of the. They're currently at the base of the bridge, at least the downhill positioning. So, don't think they're going to be able to get a really nice spray down, especially not from Yen here. So, I think Alter Ego should be able to get a very comfortable breeze through. But the backs though, that's when the cause of concern comes in here. So Yen's gonna get a nice shot through. We'll be able to get a beautiful knock as well. And DG, although 2 members still standing strong, they're still trying to farm as many kill points as much as possible, and hopefully it leads to some decent placement later on.
That advancement has gotta hurt. Like I said, tanking the blue is great, but you need an alternate way in, and they paid heavily during that rotation itself. Unfortunately, the tanking the blue does get you mentally, makes you a little bit more desperate to push through because you're racing against time. Meanwhile, talking about desperation, Shadow Esports hiding behind the shadows here, under the shade of a tree. Unlucky finds him. So unlucky for them, as misfortune finds them stuck in place with Lun Lun having his eyes within the general vicinity. Spots out the head, taps it a little bit, but there seems to be a disturbance in the force.
Although disturbance, it feels like we're seeing multiple conflicts happening across the map as well. Looks like Jaxi will be succumbing to the zone, not going to allow any team to farm those kill points. Whereas on the other side, Happy Squad, including Savage Man Esports, they already realized they're 2 members down short. They don't have good positioning as well. Might as well just try to go down swinging. Any team comes by or nearby, might as well just take the fight head on, try to farm those kill points as much as possible. If not, if there's no conflict, just try to buy their time. Meanwhile, Happy Squad on the other hand, 4 members strong, 4 kills on their belt. They look pretty great in match number 2 compared to match number 1. But let's see whether they're going to be able to transition as we slowly make our way into the next few phases of the circle here. They haven't really found a good forever home or position, a decent positioning for themselves on the next upcoming circles here. Whereas on NRG, they have a move at all, and they don't even have to worry about resources, right? Because I believe they had a run-in with Hive International, who pretty much delivered all the resources for them there.
I guess you could say delivered it on a cold platter. Because, the rigor mortis and stuff. But hey, let's not get grim. Let's not get grim about things. Meanwhile, Nirvana... Nirvana seems to be comfortable up in the bird's nest that they've weaved one for themselves. Aurora, again, this isn't the same Aurora that we've seen in phase number 1. This is a safe and calculated team. They used to be like the aggressive gunman who's always down to take a fight. But right now, Aurora, again, finding... it seems like their gameplay in Arangel and now is to locate the center of the circle, lock down a compound, and play it till kingdom comes. And right now, it's there again. Yeah.
It's pretty difficult for Aurora to play like their usual play style with the drive-bys and the rundowns and the compound crashing, especially when they never had the advantage of the circle initially or the positioning as well. So this is just one of those situations where Aurora is just like, we can't really play like how we usually play, but we just bide our time. We go for placement and the final kills. And speaking of kills, looks like TD is gonna be able to find one. He's been tiptoeing his way as this lurker, which by the way, NRG has no idea TD actually got this close to them initially as well. So now now the sound has been blown, the cover's been blown, the rest of the members of Roy Esports lurking in here, rushing their way through to gain control of this high ground, but Turtle's nade absolutely on point, almost got a double in the process here, but Kunyit will barely hold on to get the reset here, and hopefully try to hold on as long as he can.
I think I understand Roy's game plan. They were trying to go for that blue tower most likely to get that revive on one member. But again, that judgment call, see now they're pushing up onto high grounds, and we've seen it time and time again, just not a good situation to try and push upwards, uphill while being pincered in a corner. And so they've lost 2 members trying to get one, maybe, potentially. Or it could just mean that they were trying to fight for advantageous position. Either way, Roy finds themselves in the back foot. It's okay, though. They've got 7 kills already and 17 in a placement point. Meanwhile, Aurora, they are up against the happy people. The squads that with all smile, and CJ is the only one left after we try again. They literally lived up to their names and actually came in with like the second revive in one match alone. So they are trying over and over till they get it right, and they've got happy in their rear.
Really good as well. Decent progress. 5 kills. Sure, you are somewhat limping your way into the circle. That's unfortunate. But you know, Aurora, they're coming in. I want to see if they can try to get full control, because it's exactly how this is exactly the place they like to go for. Gain control their side of, or edge of the circle before making headway into the rest. Needless is going to be able to find ER here. As slowly as the circle pushes forward, this is going to be forcing a lot of teams that's currently having the mountains for their positioning, for their core positioning, their core plan. It's now forced to descend the mountains here. And Aurora and the rest of the teams currently at the base of this mountain, they're ready to give them a very warm welcome, Keith. I guarantee you this for sure. They are absolutely smiling with glee about this. Turtle, that's pretty much why you see Turtle trying to see if we can try to do as much damage as much as possible here. Try to clear out, try to get some kind of intel in terms of which is a decent positioning for them to descend down this mountain here, because they can't stick around for too long. They can probably stick around for another phase, unless that 8th phase, Keith, it still keeps them at that corner of that mountain. Then yeah, NRG would be in a really good spot.
I mean, knowing what we know right now, obviously we'd encourage them to stay on top, but they don't see that, right? Because down in the foothills, JFT and Alter Ego, now they're occupying their entry into this play zone. I don't think they should make the move too soon. And thankfully for NRG, they did spot some sort of movement there, so they won't be too hasty about it. But yes, this high ground doesn't seem so secure as the game progresses forward. Oh, gets a nice flash onto Dinku. But where the follow-up's at? More blinds going this way, so he's just running around with no visions in sight, hoping to maybe confuse the members of NRG, but they will not be swayed with the sound of his footsteps.
This position has been faring very well for NRG. They were able to farm out so much point. They managed to just farm so much kill points for the progress. Resources-wise, courtesy of Hive International, able to keep themselves in it. But they finally did use the Blue Beacon Tower to call back CWZ as he slowly descends down, parachuting in. Hopefully not to get too many pot shot by a miraculous, by a huge miracle, by the way. No tags at all. Should be able to safely descend down, but he did descend down, not towards nearby any loot as well here. So I'm not sure how they're gonna do the delegation of resources here among themselves. Probably someone might drop down one of his DMR or rifles for him. Probably the DMR. CWZ has been using a lot of the DMR so far throughout this match. That could have been the trade here for themselves. We'll just see how it goes later on in terms of inventory.
Well, right now NRG pinched between 2 teams.
Oh, okay, they give him the rifle. All right.
Yeah. It's got an AOG in hands and a red dot as an attachment. Oh, CWZ just drives past by. So it seems like he could just snake his way from the back end. He knows there's a vantage point from the high ground that he could play with, but not sure if him snaking his way up there could reveal his position. Play areas closest towards JFT, who has the high ground within that play zone and all but barren lands all around it.
Yeah, Alter Ego has no need to be aggressive despite being the last member as well, right? You have 8 kills, you might as well go for that final 4 finish here. Fortunately for CJ, gets caught up by Monty, so it looks like Alter Ego's plan does come to fruition here as he gets into the top 4 placements for this team. That's a decent amount of points, but let's just see how much damage he can do by the Lone Ranger here. No one knows he's currently here. That's pretty much just looking at how Pankster's positioning as well. He has no idea there's someone currently within the vicinity as well. Seymour has been doing a fantastic job keeping things nice and silent. I think he touched the blue zone, that's why. Oh no, he got spotted out by Aurora, I think. Yeah, it was Nedex. No, Nedex spots Panksters. Not Seymour. Someone else spotted Seymour.
Well, it could be that member of NRG himself who spots him out, because I saw him running away. There was no reason to prompt him to run unless he spots out that one member was trying to go for it. But at the same time, he's not picking in that general vicinity, so you're right, it could be Aurora. But meanwhile, TWZ gets traded out, trying to push onto these hills here. Turtle Key tries to go in for the top of the heads of JFT, but man, they are positioning their peaks, timing it real nice, and NRG gets eliminated. Alter Ego now takes the high ground. This was the position they've been holding out on, and Alter Ego falls out in third, but they've done decently enough. And the winner chicken dinner goes away to the Aura Farmers themselves. As we live and breathe, this was not a shocker of a performance. We've seen them from Decimate Gaming. We know they can put in the numbers and kills and get that placement points. And here they are, waving that flag.
But you can see throughout, like, among the team members throughout this entire round. So the experience to making those strategic calls, despite being in a really disadvantaged positioning, really comes back from them years of being a professional PUBG player here as well. So really well done from each of the team. Really know how to accustom to their surroundings and situations. So really well done. Even from Alter Ego as well. NRG, I feel a little bit bad. That team literally got peppered by both Oceania teams, mainly because JFT couldn't see Aurora, and Aurora had no line of sight to JFT either. They only see NRG on that hill, and they're like, you know what, that's alright. It's not according to plan, but we'll just make it work. We're just gonna find this NRG. But with that being said, let's quickly jump to highlights for match number 2. What a round for match number 2, Keith. We are currently 2 matches down here. No back-to-back winner chicken dinner, but we did see Aurora somewhat redeeming themselves on match number 1. They thought they couldn't secure it in the previous match. They secured it in the second match, despite the disparity. Of course, initially a little bit more of a quiet play, but this is why I pretty much love to see each and every one of these amazing professional teams here. They know exactly how to accustom to their surroundings and situation, despite not being their initial play style. They know how to adapt to the surrounding, the situation, to cater for the best advantage for themselves. So really well done coming from Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora, I mentioned time and time throughout the entire broadcast here that they played like a different team. They're a bit more meticulous, a little bit more calculative, and the risks they take. And as much as it may impede into the amount of entertainment it display on screen, it's working out for them. Right? We're talking about how it performs, how a strategy performs in an average amount of games. Right now, I know the pool is not much. It's only been 2 matches. But they both in 2 games, they implement the same strategy. Go for the center circle, find a compound, lock it down for Kingdom Come. And it's been working out for them because a second place finish in game number 1, which could have been theirs, and a champion in game number 2. I'm terrified to see what they can pull into. Here comes into match number 3 when we go into Tego, and eventually in a map that's not as comfortable, I guess, with Rondo as well.
Yeah, it's like, it's not just Aurora as well. We could also see the same goes for the rest of the team as well, as they slowly start getting more accustomed to some of the teams that are already battling out in this lobby as well. Take Alter Ego for example. They pretty much got all the way to the 3rd placing for themselves here, but at the same time, they're also, despite being only 1 member, they wouldn't mind playing for placement. They already farmed up the initial points. At least they already met their status quo. 8 kills before getting into that final top 4 for themselves. Of course, unfortunately for CJ from Happy Squad, he actually got picked off. It was between Happy Squad's 1 member and Alter Ego's last remaining member as well. Aurora found out Happy Squad, allowing Alter Ego to become one of the top 4 teams remaining in that last circle. So same goes for JFT. A lot more. It was pretty quiet for a lot of these guys, but that's only because of the circle, right? Circle. We had a flight path that was pretty much towards the central side from the island, from the west to the east side, and suddenly out of the blue, the circle decided to drop down south. And I told you this before when we saw the initial flight path as well. Sunoka Island, Military Base Island, has always been an area which is only particular to 1 or 2 teams, particularly which is our team here, which is previously was playing Zan Esports here. They were the one that always usually commonly dropped there for themselves here. So alongside with NRG, they were both very comfortable because they already initially had the favor of the circle itself. The rest of the team had to figure out how they want to get in. Emergency pickup, which by the way is not available for all teams. They had to find it first. Only 1 team had to use the emergency pickup. I believe that was Dark Horseman, which by the way they duke it out with Roy Esports with the best that they can, and they end up getting knocked down for that, unfortunately. But with that being said, let's quickly check out our post-game analysis in terms of utility usage for our final 4 teams.
Yes, Aurora taking up the first place here with the 1K Bomber. Again, this is not the Aurora I know that really likes to rake up the kill points, right? They were breaking in, I think, 4,000 damage in phase 1. That was like that was the highest per game. Was it 3,000, 4,000 around that one?
Yeah.
Now very reserved, but it's getting them very consistent results. Second place finish in first match, first place finish in the next. Here they are right now with 9 kills, and look at all these members with the kill feed under their name. They used to be like top fraggers. Not this time. They're not. This is a totally different Aurora than the ones we know. But I'm here for it because it does bring about the results that they're looking for.
I mean, it's also the circle, right? Like when you had a circle down south like that, everyone's mind is currently is in one unison, which is pretty much we gotta get our butt all the way to that island. We need to position ourselves there as fast as possible. Sure, we're gonna be lacking in terms of utilities as well. That's pretty much why you don't see much utilities. Everyone just got the basic needs and just really book it to that island for sure. That's pretty much why we didn't see as much. But
yeah,
anyway,
we should highlight Alter Ego too. I think they have like the steepest hill to climb, right?
Oh yeah.
most part, they were Milta Power team. They've been tanking the blue, and I mentioned how that could be a bad idea, but they made the best out of a bad situation. Right? Sure, they came across, lost all the members, but most of the work happened beforehand. And look at that, maintaining the number one position only because that one member was there to try to snake things out, and they had decent about 8 amount of kills before they did before the damage was done towards them. So here they are, total 20 points. Second to that is 14 for this map alone.
It's so neck and neck right now with you among the top 6 teams right now. And let's be honest, it's just 2 matches in. One good game for any of these guys could quickly just flip this whole scoreboard entirely. And I also love the fact that you brought up Alter Ego's play, which is why I can't stress enough, right? Like the beauty coming from each of these guys, their experience tells them that, you know what, that circle's down south. We're not gonna get it in time. We might die during the transitioning into that position. So let's just try to get as much kills as much as possible. And Alter Ego when they saw a team nearby, they said, "All right, it's go time. We win or we lose. We just fight together. We kill. That's all we have to do." And the fact that they win it out, it really helped them out as they got to the final circle, right? Placement, final 4, a lot more quieter since 1 member, right? But they went in with 8 kills. 8 kills! So they're like, you know what? We met our status quo. We did the deed. We're totally fine. We die here, that's fine. We walk out with so many points for ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, Irohani gave them 4, but I don't know where the other 4 came from.
Oh, somewhere else.
Yeah, but that's amazing, right? Because they had one member who was flying in, gets shot down from that kite of a vehicle,
the glider,
and then 2 more members get shot down driving through it, and so you literally only had like 1 player from that on, 1 or 2 maybe. I'm not sure if the other guy survived during the drive-by, but it's insane. Anyways, more action for these teams. Here is the PUBG Esports Master Series 2025. We'll go into a quick break. See you for more games right after this one.
Bugatti on the battlegrounds, the return of a classic arcade game, and a DMR rebalance. All this and more as we dive into the Update 37.1 patch report. First up, the Coupe RB is getting a luxury overhaul thanks to our collaboration with Bugatti. The collab will feature 2 Bugatti Hyper sports cars, over a dozen paint colors, different interior styles, wheel types, and more. So check out the upcoming collaboration announcement for full details on how to create the incomparable. Next up, we've officially implemented the DMR changes we introduced via Gunplay Labs. DMRs have seen a 12% damage decrease overall, and many have had their overall RPM reduced by about 45%. By adjusting DMRs, our goal is to expand the viable weapon choices across the battlegrounds, while keeping your choice of weapons strategic to your style and situation. Gunplay updates will continue every 2 months, and we'll be closely monitoring your feedback along the way. Next, grab your controller with those chicken-greased fingers because PUBG is coming back. For a limited time, you can drop back into the fan-favorite top-down 2D minigame we released back in 2021. Player Omnom's Battlegrounds is a hardcore, retro action arcade experience where you'll fight powerful chicken bosses. We've even added a brand new map, Paramo, for the re-release. So drop in and see how far you can get. Radical! UGC Alpha is now officially live. From Update 37.1, all Battlegrounds Plus players can create UGC Alpha sessions. And we've added new sample modes as well. For more details, check out the patch notes and our official YouTube channel. Other changes include the addition of vending machines and destructible pots on Destin, and the removal of the canted site. There's also a new rank season, a new survivor pass, and various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.1 is here, so get creative with UGC Alpha, bust out the Bugatti, and turn player Om Nom into your next chicken dinner. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
New stage. Parallel. New enemy. Mortar Chicken. New boss. Captain Crispy.
And just like that, we're back. I wasn't lying to you. It was a quick one before we got back into more action here for the PUBG Esports Master Series 2025 Phase 2. You're joining with me. It's Leonard YOLO Lee, the man, the myth, the legend himself, the guy who makes sure you drink your water and be hydrated. My name is Keith Alicio. Now, Leonard, going into this next map, it's Tago. It's water, it's land, it's all you ever want in a combat sport. What do we have here? Break it down for me.
You know, before we get into that, I'm just gonna say something. I'm gonna say to you, Keith, good, my apprentice, good. Well, okay, enough with the whole Darth Sidious situation, but now we're slowly preparing to go towards this map, right? Usually, yes, Tago and Rondo. Previously, when we were talking about this back in Master Series Phase 1 together, we usually kind of say that it's a relatively, we won't say it's a new map, but it's just relatively new to a lot of these guys, because compared to Eranga and Marama, these guys have been playing this map for years. But we can no longer say that, we no longer use the term new for Tago and Rondo now. These guys have probably played in many hours across this months now. So until the point where we can no longer say that it's new, we can just say they are somewhat accustomed to Tago and Rondo now. But, you know, just looking from our total leaderboard as well, Keith, we can say, like, especially, sure, Alter Ego and Aurora, they're still topping, they're all able to secure top 2 spots for themselves, right? With a very close points of 5-point differential, 35 and 30 points respectively. But in that match too, the one that had the greatest growth in terms of the leaderboard scoreline was actually NRG. They moved up by 7 positions. They were 13th position after match 1. Then after match 2 performances, they were able to rank themselves up to the 6th placing for themselves. That is an insane opportunity for themselves for sure. But then again, Keith, we're finally ready to jump into our map 3 here. It's going to be the map of Tago here to see what other surprise that our top 16 teams has in store for us. Because if the rest of the teams are not going to step up, Alter Ego and Aurora might just run away with day number 1, solidifying that first 2 spot for themselves.
If that were to happen, Leonard, then I guess there's no surprise. But I guess predictability is kind of a rare thing when it comes to a game of, Battle Royale, right? So if we do get something that's predictable, honestly, it's more impressive than a curveball at this rate. And if we can see Alter Ego and Aurora again back to back to back to back, occupying the top 2 position, I think that's going to get people's boots a bit more shaken up moving on to further days down into the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Right, interesting. We got a really nice fly path, so a lot of teams going to be able to just do long dives or dives to their respective positionings, maybe secure vehicles for themselves. And let's be honest, maps like Tagos and Rondos, the map is so relatively large. Yes, just enough. You have so many cities for the team, or at least for the squad, to literally resupply themselves before for the final fight here. And sure, naturally, phase 1 has always been that kind of phase where it's all about information, right? You want to get a little bit of intel, you want to try to supply yourself as much as possible, find a really good positioning after finding that circle. And by the way, that circle, very favorable for all teams, more centralized compared to the first 2 matches here. It's been either too close to the Warriors or way too much towards the Warriors, or at least towards any of the fly path for a lot of these teams here. It's a lot more centralized. Teams should be pretty fair, should be pretty satisfied with this. I won't be surprised seeing some of the teams making their headway to the circle right now, just only because it's usually from their past habits. Something like what Alter Ego used to do in the past. They love positioning. They take positioning as their primary objectives here, as they always seem to always find a really good spot for themselves.
Well, I mean, it is biased towards the southern side of this entire map, so we're looking at predominantly land mass. I think sometime in phase 1 we've seen circles that literally cuts through the water itself. That creates some sort of a crazy strategy to try and play around it. But again, predictability is good. Players can't complain about this. I will, because I like to see something different. And we're not pressured to win $25,000 of a prize pool, so... We'll see how this one plays out. Right now, we've got that Oceania team over in Hosan Prison, over in southern west side of this entire map. Should we get an update on the next circle, then I guess they'll try and make the decisions from there. Seeing that Aurora now plays like like a Roy Esports, if I might add on myself, and it's just coincidentally that all the top 3 right now shares that same slow pacing strategy.
I mean, it's a long map, right? I mean, this is what we were sort of expecting, right? In phase 1, it's a lot more quieter, it's a lot more slow. It's not, of course, it's not as slow as Marama, naturally. Marama feels, I want to say, absurdly long because of how the map is designed, but this is how usually phase 1 is going to be. It's just looting information, try to work on it as well. And since the circle it wasn't like match 2 circle, right, where it forces a lot of team where you're sure. Match 2, some could say, like, we could just loot as long as possible. We could tank the zone. Some team did that, and then after they took the emergency pickup in because they had the emergency pickup. Whereas teams like Aurora, for example, or even Roy Esports and Dark Horseman, they all just straight away, instantly just took the plan into motion, where we just need to get to that southern side. We need to get into that circle because of the bridges, right? It's such a strong choke point for a lot of teams to punish players coming into the island. That's why they had to make their way through. But match number 3 is favorable for them because it's near their flight path. It's near to a lot of teams here. But there is a lot of fields though here. So that's something that the team also need to take into consideration when they're making their way through to find good positioning for themselves later on.
Yeah, open fields are absolutely horrible when it comes to these modern warfares. At the very least, they don't really give you much of a cover, which makes the need for you to carry around vehicle even more important, because they just serve as natural blockades or barricades you can try and build in between these matches. And you see one member taking one vehicle. They're trying to rob as much for themselves, but that first crash might change the tides here, as Nirvana trying to send the Dark Horsemen from above back into whence they came from. The 4 Horsemen of Hell cannot withstand the divinity in which Nirvana brings in, or at least they try to, with Evil Patrick coming from the south side, trying to go in from the flank side, does not make the trade. NRG is 1 man down against 1 man also down from DH, so things are pretty much in a stalemate for the time being. They do see some sort of a package going through that window. Oh, close quarters combat. They have met. But with that prone, tries to go in for the heal. A little bit too greedy right there with that move, knowing that the animation is going to keep him locked for the time being. Crazy Dog now hounding in the back end.
This is really I'm loving what NRG is doing, right? It's completely riding with the momentum that they had for the last one. They felt great. They knew they scaled that leaderboard so quickly as well from previous positioning and gameplay. They really want to try to solidify a little bit more as they crash into the compound. I love this. They got the 2 kills here, still 2 members of Dark Horsemen here. This could be quite detrimental for them if they were all to be knocked out here, because that will mean all 3 matches has not been favorable for the Dark Horsemen here, and they cannot let this stand. One gets knocked down, it all comes down to none to really pull the craziest 1v3 clutch of a lifetime here. See if we can find the timing to go for the revive, and let's see WZ decide to drop down and catch him in the crossfire here. This could be an opportunity that could be quite painful. Oh, he's got spotted out by Team Unlucky. Like he's a little bit of a breeding room for him to fight with.
I guess you could say he's the one who's unlucky in that mishap. But
no.
Luckily, nothing too detrimental for the side of NRG. They can look to reset. Already picked up 3 kills for themselves. So it's a good start nonetheless. And they have all 4 vehicles to try and scale into the next compound should the circle close against them. Oh, we got a glimpse of that circle, and it seems super saturated down in central.
A very fantastic start too. There was no loss. Sure, there was a knock coming. There was a knock coming for the side here for NRG, but all 4 members still stands here. So no need for the respawn beacon here. They're totally fine, totally satisfied with the win. Still riding with that momentum on that high waves. Whereas for Shadow Esports here, we saw a little bit of a limelight as they were going through in the previous matches as well. But eventually, as sadly because of that circle, right? They ended up being caught in the crossfire, and it was never favorable for any team. It was quite a disadvantage for a lot of teams in that previous match circle. But this time is different. The map is so large, pretty much similar to Erangel here. You can have a very similar playstyle of just running by, crashing into compounds if you're confident enough of your firepower here as well. It looks like Amped we're able to find one. Could have connect the dots here. Won't be a free knock here for Aurora.
I guess, they still haven't fixed... Oh! As I was about to say, I was about to blame a motion vehicle in this game that's impossible to hit. They just proved me wrong. So this instance, Leonard, you're right. Okay.
I know. Okay, the thing is this: I agree with you on the area where it's not that easy to land the shot. There, I agree. But I say it is possible to get those shots in. So, but of course, naturally, Amped was he was a scout. He was a scout for the side for Aurora to really just... But okay, here's the beauty about it. Here's the pros and cons, right? When you're playing so far off from the rest of the squad, you're able to cover more grounds, right? You're able to get a lot of intel in, get some decent information on exactly where most of the teams are. The only downside is, if any rotating team or you get caught off with your pants down, then there's no way for your teammates to come to go for the saves here. However, with the respawn beacon, though, that changes things here, for at least for them to go for the pickup here. But of course, Keith, they need to find it first. They need to secure it. That's also another problem.
And you got to pick it up from your deceased teammates, right? So
correct.
That puts you in compromising situation. Again, the numbers say it's not really worth it, but we've seen how We Try Again did a revive 2 times in a single match, and it paid out for them, at least in terms of the score. They're up there in the top 10 now, despite having a very detrimental start in match number 1.
Yep. Oh. We see Hive Esports once again going for the positioning. Gonna be dropping dead set in the center of the circle as usual. Possibly just not too sure where they plan to drop. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be dropping towards definitely on one of the few compounds nearby in the central part of the phase 1 circle for sure. But the only downside about the pickup, Keith, is the fact that everyone can see you, everyone can hear you. Everyone can hear you as well here. So if you're not really prepped to greet them in kind, then that's going to be a little bit of another problem as it is. But it looks like they managed to drop off. They're going to be dropping nearby within the vicinity of NRG as well. Who's currently making the drive-by downtown.
That's going to be detrimental to them. It's free farming. They know the team is not ready to defend themselves, and immediately Etwad from the back end gets picked up. Kens did try and retaliate. Shadow Esports pushing into compound, but Hives are actually holding their ground relatively well despite the disadvantageous split-second start that they have. They hold this compound for themselves, And if anything, they can look to pick up Etwad or at least his blue chip and make it worth it.
Okay, so here's the problem, right, Keith? It's because one, Shadow Esports wasn't a full squad here. It was a 2-2 setup, right? And to make matters worse, Shadow Esports, if I'm not mistaken, from the position that they initially had, they were in the building scoping things out, so they would never saw Hive actually dropping down within them until they actually landed feet down on the ground here. So that's pretty much why the first guy got caught off guard. The second member tried to hold the line as long as he can. Fortunately, to no avail. But Doti, unfortunately, he did drop at the outskirts of the base here. So a driving by NRG player was able to run him down. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was a drive-by at least.
It was. You're right on that one. I saw him get knocked out immediately upon landing, which is unfortunate. But I knew why he landed there. He was supposed to be the ones covering the flank side. Man, I don't know how that happened, but Rekta decided to walk into smokes. If Cans followed suit and suffered the same fate, that's an intellectual problem right there. Because Einstein said, insanity is doing the same thing all over, expecting different results.
Yeah. I mean, it's retry again, right? Oh. The crash into the compound here, they're able to find success. They already knew one of the members is currently knocked down and injured here. They felt like this was the time. They're riding that high wave here. Check it out, Keith. They wiped out another squad for themselves here. Literally, the 2 squad that got wiped out was by the hands of NRG. They are riding this high wave all the way to the top here. 6 kills. That's a lot for themselves. That's really great, too.
Then NRG just woke up on the right side of the bed. It seems in match number 3, already taking the top 3's position, which previously was occupied by Roy Esports, along with the rest of them. But here they are. And meanwhile, Unlucky, still Unlucky, trying to find one, but he does get the clip onto Pivy. 1 member down. Do JFT look to pick that one up or just leave him in the gutters? It seems like they're trying to position themselves right. Maybe defend this a little bit longer. JFD is playing by circle, the edge of the circle. They do have time as the blue is not closing in just yet.
I mean, this is also another point we can talk about, right? Like, is handling or managing your ammunition, right? Sure, it's easy to just like get a good spot and you start peppering away at a particular player that's coming by or driving by, right? But sometimes these guys, if you think about it, a lot of these guys actually put a thought process into this, right? Where what do they think about making this kind of shots, right? Is it worth peppering down a team in a building or at least within near a bunch of hills? Because sure, you get the knockdown, that's great, but if you can't get the finisher, then that's pretty much you don't really get much out of it except just wasting resources. Sure, it's a nice build up towards when you get to that final circle, because eventually that guy got to run out of resources because he got hit too many times or got knocked down initially as well. But it doesn't necessarily really benefit the team, right? So this is just one of those few times which I really love the thought process, right? On some of these guys, right? They don't really take a shot just because they can or they can't. It's just whether is it beneficial for them. But by the way, beautiful. Quite a surprise for CJ and Tantrip finding Muck in the process.
Meanwhile, Happy Squad about to find themselves up against the Samurai from the Rising Sun here. They have to be careful. Feven is being the absolute obvious beacon, but that is just going to give Runax the information to maybe go in for the peak, but he does get shot out. So it seems that Arjun Bots is the one who catches him out before he does him. And so Faven from the high ground off this gradual hill will try to make things work here, but the rest of Happy Squad have been making the rotation over. He knows Faven is in position. His is a straight line of fire, but does not clip it because of the opposing team just hindering their efforts.
Yeah. You couldn't really want to take the risk. They're too out of the open, barely any cover as well. So Arjun Bots, he just did what he can and just fall by. If he got the knock, he'll definitely go for a finisher. But if nothing happens, he just made a really safer call. It's totally understandable as well. Do take into account, sure, Happy Squad, they're still ranked 5 in the current leaderboard as well. But look at the total points that they have compared to the first 2 spot, right? It's literally twice the amount of points that they have here. So each round starts to matter. And I believe Happy Squad intends to end day number 1 on a high note here. Doesn't necessarily have to be in the first spot, but just get enough points where at least day 2 and day 3, it feels like it's able to. You don't longer have to scale for the points to catch up to the top teams. You just need to achieve a certain amount, and you're able to overcome them here. I think the same could be said for a lot of these teams. Shadow Esports also following it suit. JFT had a slower start, but they're still in 7th placing here. But NRG, so far, match 2, and even now this current match 3, making great progress so far.
Yeah, I think that's a good point to make, right? It's a marathon of a game, as you mentioned, and it's all about making sure that you're within the realms of possibility. The last thing you want to do is walk into day number 3 knowing that it's mathematically impossible for you to even capture the top 6 position. Then at that point, you're just playing for smiles and trolls and for the laughs, right? Which sucks as a competitive player. I do like to see the points being distributed more equally across the board and give everyone that fighting chance. That nade right there nearly take out the rest of Eto, or at least these 2 members that's positioned within this crater. But the rest cannot do anything to help them ease their pain. In fact, Savage, man, is 1 HP. If they could give him just a little bit of a love tap, that could seal the deal.
Yes, Sicko didn't anticipate the fact that there was still another team currently out in the zone, but with beautiful nade coming in for Lun Lun as well. That's going to be able to make things pretty much easier for them to clean things up. But sadly, Team DG is currently underway here. One of the members did the emergency pickup as well, by the way. They'll get an eagle eye view to give the intel in. That's pretty much why DG is pretty confident to know exactly where the remaining members of Savage Man Esports here. 3 down, Sicko stands, but not for too long as ATO Kia, he says, hey, you took out a majority of my squad. I will be the one to end the round here. Sure, they follow them later in suit, but they will be the one to keep the placement rank a little bit higher at least.
10 trip. Now this guy is making one of those long drawn trips here because he's only walking on foot, decides to cancel it midway through. This is why you don't go backpacking with every single one of your friends. Huh? You gotta carefully handpick your companions when it comes to travel. I can tell you that much. I've done backpacking in Europe for a whole month. Only one of my friends,
oh, that's so punishing.
yeah, walked with me, and well, just like that one, he's no longer walking. It is Happy Squad scaling up the hills, trying to see if he can make something happen here with his efforts. If he could just meet up onto one of the member of DG. I believe his friends were up there, so that information must be passed on, and they do. They eliminate them actually in 12th place.
But Arjun bots, dude. I can tell you this right now. He's pretty much like face palming himself because that shot was pretty much Arjun's bot shot. It was his kills dead to rights, and the fact that he got return fired instead by the very person he actually shot first initially. That was such a pain that he couldn't bear with it for sure. But I believe his teammate should be able to pick up his should be able to go for the revive. Oh no. It was CJ who got finished off by Setsuna here. So 2 members down for the side here for all the ego here. Whereas Happy Squad, I believe they should be able to pick up his blue token to find the next beacon here. But I think the team that's currently holding on to the closest beacon right now is Irohani Perpetua Samurai here. Yeah, it is. It's sorry, not Irohani Perpetua Samurai. It's Unlucky. Sorry, I saw green color. My bad. Yeah, it was Unlucky who's currently holding the position of the beacon. But what a spray coming for Chibrit. That's gonna be a nice free pickup here.
That's,
there you go.
That's the real definition of being unlucky, though. The aura. They could have moved in with more members, but they lost the 1. But lucky for them, Alter Ego, they're the greatest competitor right now. The only one who's posing that competition, the threat into their progress, is down with 1 member and only 3 kills. So this could be an average finish for the game of Alter Ego. And this might just be the damper in terms of their progress of maintaining the number 1 spot. So Trix will have to do what his friends did previously and try and weather the storm. Actually, it's what he did previously, trying to weather the storm towards the last few placements.
Yep. It's just too many teams for him to hold down, and the zone is phase 5 circle. It starts to really do the numbers in here. So the best you can do at least is just try to get a couple of kills, get at least 1 or 2 additional more kills before he goes. He has 3 kills on the belt here. Won't be able to get any placement scores here anymore here. So might as well just walk out with as many kill scores as much as he can. He gets in nice and close. He wants to ensure that he gets secure that kill. Whereas Roy Esports on the other hand, Kunye, last member standing here. Trueho's going to be able to find a pick out and up on the other side. Monty on cap. It seems like WTA is currently being boxed in by 2 of the Oceania teams in this lobby. It looks like Trick is also going to be able to follow in suit on Akira. Can he secure the kill? And it seems he will. That's going to be the 4th score line for the team here. And Trick, as usual, being an absolute nuisance, being the last member standing. But he does somewhat reveals himself to the remaining members of Team Aurora here. They will try to secure him. They are landing their shots unbelievably. Those trades have been so painful for that side. And Aurora will be able to win out the trade, but not without a prize.
But it did, Alter Ego did absolute damage though to Aurora, leaving only 2 members left, and they too only have like 3 kills right now, so they're barely average at best. We try again, we'll continue to keep trying again. Meanwhile, Happy Squad is the happy coincidence this time round with 7 kills, leading the board together with NRG and JFT. Now we know JFT has always been like a powerhouse in terms of raking up the numbers. They've had 2 bad games now. Perhaps this could be the turning point in which Justice for Tomorrow finally gets to tomorrow.
Just look at this open fields, Keys, right? It's like 2 large open fields. Teams are currently just playing around the edges, trying to find a good spot for themselves. So that's pretty much why you see a lot of these teams are pretty much limping their way throughout the previous phase 4 to phase 5 circles now, because as they're trying to battle for control, they're just losing members from time to time because the team just notice. They know for the fight it's such an open field. This is the kind of position where you can't go in too late. If they have to fight for it, they will. If they have to limb through it, they will as well. And that's pretty much why the only team currently or at least 3 teams that's currently pretty healthy right now is Team Unlucky, who hasn't seen much action or combat, except for that 1 picker they found initially, alongside with HR27, who's also they're doing pretty much pot shots, but before this, they were just pretty much in hiding as they were just trying to live that nice quiet life. JFT, on the other hand, was able to seize opportunity to get those pickoffs for their own here. Not sure whether they had a full squad wipe for themselves, but 6 kills and 4 members still standing puts them in a really nice spot for at least this match 3.
Yeah, JFT setting themselves up for success. As you say that, Shoe Horse gets knocked down. Their highest fragger, they gotta save him, play VIP right now. You know, when the Panzerfaust comes out or any sort of similar explosive, they're threatened. They're feeling the threats, that's for sure. GFT, Pibby, unfortunately got animation locked right there, trying to go for the recoil or the retaliate. Will get straightened out in the process, but they did get the pickup of the Shoe Horse, so that's good news. There's 1 more member still fighting for the side of JFT. Actually, all members are still up. PV still recoverable. Aurora is down with only 3 kills, so the top 2 spots will be solidified in the overalls for the time being. No one's overtaking each other, but Happy Squad could be the one that comes in at a surprise towards the last minute.
Oh man, it's absolute chaos and mayhem on this field here. I mean, it's within the lines of expectations, right? Because you're pushing 2 fields. There's really not a lot of build. Actually, no correction. There's just no buildings. There's no buildings for cover here. So we're going to be somewhat expecting a lot of terrain, fields play, kill play. Maybe this team just trying to play around the edges, try to just sit out majority of this fight to see what can they actually try the opportunity they can seize from each of these moments here. Because let's be honest, clearing, they're just sweeping it all down. There's going to be a lot of outside game here at least for this match for sure. That's pretty much where we see HR27. Actually, no, you just see the minimap itself, Keith. Everyone's just playing around the edges right now, just try to sweep things out before they converge to the central part of the circle.
Not NRG and Unlucky though. They realize there's some of that loot crate that fell from the heavens is serving as natural protection, and with that carcass of a vehicle, they can look to play around it. There is a slight gradient in which Unlucky is currently occupying on. So JFT, right now, they're making some sort of a maneuvers. If the team on HR2 of the circle has made it closer now everyone's going to be desperate to push onto the circle, keeping them in a compromised position. Look at how open that is. If you don't have a vehicle, you're pretty much as good as dead at that point, trying to make the maneuver in. But they will try. I guess one way the teams on the outsides can hope on is if there's an overwhelming stimulus coming from the opposite direction. That should create an opening for them to march on in.
Team Unlucky are playing a very dangerous game. The team is so spread out here. And I love the call coming from Overly as well. He's quickly trying to reposition himself to at least the rest of the members here of Team Unlucky at that southern eastern hill here. Because JFT is coming in full force here. One player is probably not enough. Bavern is already dropped down. Flash and Overly is currently in position here, but a little bit too late to save his fallen teammate. Bavern was able to equalize the scoreline with a knock on Shoehorse. Sunny, by the way, Sunny Dip is a little bit too far from the rest of the team here. So this is going to be a 2v3 scenario for Team Unlucky versus JFT here.
JFT should be able to close this one out, I believe, if they were to play this right. When it comes to this sort of terrain, I would say the ones playing at the bottom has got the best of it. And look at that. As I mentioned, they sealed the deal for the side of JFT. Will capture the spot and go in for the revive. So that's 4 members up and well with 9 kills across the board for JFT. And they're looking well and out to be able to take over this entire game, especially with 4 members from Unlucky getting gunned down by HR2.
That was so uncalled for Team Unlucky as well. They had 4 players. They had the high ground as well. Felt like it's not about too much of the spray key, but rather than the game sense, right? It's like you have 4 members, you want to try to lock down that good position, and despite having the second team having full 4-man squad, they were the team to actually forgo in this final. Among the 3 teams, they were the first team to go out first, mainly because there's not enough members to really hold the position itself here. Now JFT, I can't see a world where JFT loses like HR27 winning out this fight. 3v4, they got the high ground. See where the phase 8 really takes them here, right? It will force them to descend down this hill. But in terms of utility-wise, I see Dip currently only has a smoke and a flash. I'm not sure what's the resource situation for Bolang and HX here. But what a good shot. That makes this a lot more easier for them here. Equalize back on the knocked on Bolang. Now it comes back to the 2v3 scenario once again.
They're going up for the high ground push, though. Dip is trying to make some unorthodox play, but immediately gets called back by the captain. You could see his blip in the minimap, just hesitating back and forth between advancing forward and actually retreating to go in with the revive. But 4v3 right now, JFT has gotten the big reset. And I guess it's a game of rock, paper, scissors. Like you mentioned, it's unfortunate that Unlucky was spread too thin. This is one of those instances where you have to think, do you want entire map control and spread out thin, or gun for one corner and breach through the weak points? JFT, they decided to go in 2 for 2, for one from the main side and the flank side here. So HR2, they have to be able to respond quick. But with only 2 members, I think JFT's got the good play of trying to split things open. Gets the spray, clips onto one of the members. That Shoehorse still left alive. Now that cover fire is coming in from the rear side. Now they're split in. HR2, not enough members to cover both sides here. It's 1 man against the world. Bolang, he's got eyes set for Pivy, or at the very least predicts where he's coming from. But Suspect feels a little suspect, though. He gets shot down, but that was just dummy play as JFT gets 1 member. It's Pivy with the gun point right in front of him. Shoot straight down and take that chicken dinner. Another one for Oceania.
Yeah, this is not the JFT from Master Series Phase 1, ladies and gentlemen. This is the team that has grown, had a really great horizontal progression throughout the multiple qualifiers they were going through this past few months and weeks, and now this is currently the absolute greatest thing we ever see for JFT so far. First 2 matches a little bit slow due to the due to the circle positioning. But now match 3, they bide their time, they be tactical about this, they be precise, there is no hesitation in their calls as well. Very good. Every stage, every step of the way, securing their win as the third team to get the chicken dinner here. No back-to-back, unfortunately. We got a very close one between match 1 and match 2. But justice for tomorrow, we'll find justice in match 3.
Well, it seems like the trend is still consistent as we saw in phase number 1. Oceania just gets the better start so far in the overalls. And if it's anything that it was in phase number 1, we could see an Oceania again in phase 2 at Wu. But first, let's take a look at the highlights.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to the PUBG Master Series 2025 Phase 2 here, and we're currently getting prepared to get into match number 4 of Rondo. I'm Len, also known as Yolali, gracing us the cast desk once more. It's going to be Keith Elicio. Keith, what a fantastic first 3 match that we have for ourselves here, and even just thinking about the total leaderboard that we have as well, right? So far, justice for tomorrow, guess where they stand right now?
Where?
Going by the math in my head, I believe they should be able to scale all the way up to that second or third place, just by the math alone, because Alter Ego and Aurora, they weren't able to earn as much that round. Alter Ego only left with 4 kills. Aurora had decent amount of kills, but didn't really get the placement because they also get dropped relatively early. Justice for tomorrow, they already were building up that bank already for themselves here. So with this chicken dinner and the amount of kills that they have, which is by the way quite substantial, I wouldn't be surprised if they're second or third placing for themselves here. And Happy Squad, I think they're also the other team in terms of consistency. They're also another team that's also been pretty damn consistent, maintaining their 4th placing for themselves. I think we'll get that confirmation when we see that total leaderboard later on. But this is going to be our post-game stats, Keith. And now you see a little bit of a difference when the teams are not forced to relocate too early.
Yeah, I mean, now this is talent. This is the Oceania region playstyle that I know, right? Total damage that towers the rest of the competition within the same lobby itself. Then JFT, it's looking like they can be as dominant as they were in phase number 1 for day number 1. But again, remember with JFT, the problem is consistency, and if they can maintain said performance through and through for the rest of the remaining matches that we have. Right now, 15 total kills. That is, I think, by far our record for today. I remember Alter Ego got like 9, 10. It was around there, but 15 bombers in a single match goes back again to the Oceania holding up the highest amount of kills per game.
Yeah, I believe that's gonna be the record for now here. 15 kills in total. 25 points. That's what I'm saying. Going by the math, I'm not surprised they got second or third placing in the total leaderboard ranking right now, because that's a lot amount of points. I believe their position initially was they were around the 7th or 8th place in the previous leaderboard before we got the updated one right now here. So going by that calculation, second, third place is not an impossible thing, even for Happy Squad here. I think this is also another problem that Happy Squad is facing this round. So this past 3 matches, they weren't able to get placement, but they were getting a lot of kills here, like 10 kills, and I'm pretty sure in the previous 2 matches they walked out with like 6 kills respectively as well. That makes it 22. So they're like a total of 22 kills. Yeah, you see exactly. Happy Squad 4th placing, still consistent in terms of positioning. But if they can balance out their placement points with the total kill points, I think we can see a little bit more change in that leaderboard. But for now, JFT overwhelming their other Oceania team to get that second spot here, and now we no longer just have two horses in this race. We're starting to see, just from that previous match alone, Happy Squad NRG is not too far behind.
Just to give the audience some perspective here, JFT occupying the position of a team who finished second and first in the last 2 games. The last 2 matches, 1 game puts all their efforts down nearly back to 0 because of 1 bad game. And Alter Ego cannot be too comfortable as well. They didn't really go out that well this game either, but that's because, well, I guess they're being thorns to each other, right? The first and second place.
Yeah.
And now they're blindsided with the turtle that came in late in the race.
There was, I mean, that's one of the few beauties and frustrations of Battle Royale, right? There's a lot of variables, a lot of elements you really need to take into account as well. Even with a really nice circle, which is why I really love that we have this post-game stat sheets, right? In terms of how many utilities. Not too much of the total damage here. Total damage is cool to see, right? I do wish to see how many damage is being output by a particular player rather than an accumulator one, but just seeing the amount of utility usage tends to tell a lot of people that how much time and how much comfortability that the team actually had, or at least each squad had to farm those resources or gather those resources from themselves. Take match 2 for example, right? With the circle being so down south in Erangel, each team, that total amount of utilities, the amount of nades that were used by each of those final 4 was like 5 nades, 3 smokes, 2 flashes. It's like it sends a very clear message, like, okay, these guys rushed their way down to that position. Everyone knew how tough it was. So I hope this really gives a really more clarification for a lot of people as well. It's like how much space was given for a lot of these guys to gather those resources here as well. It's not just the amount of damage too,
But I mean, yeah, damage isn't everything, but it does point some sort of a story, right? It's how much
pot shots he's landing, right?
Yeah, well, I guess it's more on behavior, how aggressive you're playing, right? How accurate maybe your mechanics are relatively to kills, or I don't know how opportunistic this team plays if they were poking through. So the damage isn't everything, that it does tell stories. Like each one of these stats tells a different stories on what probably happened within the game, right? Obviously, the cam can't be 2 places at once, so we do rely on this to pretty much paint us that picture vaguely.
Yeah. But just looking from the leaderboard that we had just now, right, Kiwis, we're seeing teams like significantly scaling, and some is steadily slow but steadily steadily climbing up the ladder here. Like, don't get me wrong, it's the turtle wins the race in the end, right? But like this is PUBG, so you can't be too slow for too long. Day one, you want to take your time with this, get some points in. That's great, because when we get to that day two, when all the teams gets very customized with each other, right? That's when most of the team that weren't really performing well today is going to be having a lot more responsibility, a lot more pressure to earn as much as possible before we get to that day three, that final day. Because when we get to that final day, it's like you said before, right? It's like if we get to that final day and then it's just by mathematically it's impossible, right? That kind of thing. You do not want to get to that spot. You do not want to be in that spot first. Not in day one. At least get something out there. You could still be in the bottom 4 team, which is not that we never seen before. We have seen Aurora back in Master Series Phase 1, right? Day 1, 14th ranked place when they were playing as Decima Gaming back then. Literally, day 1 was an absolute nightmare based on their standards. It's only day 2, day 3, day 2 they exploded. 17 total kills, 18 total kills per round. They're getting placements on top of that. They were literally having a field day in day 2. And day 3, never stop on day 3. They never slow down. So if the team is capable, sure, that's fine. But the problem at the same time, you're running around with a lot of these veterans in the field, so there will be multiple hurdles, really hard hurdles to overcome.
There is, talking about that though, there is one team that might risk being in that position. I don't know if you noticed, but the 4 horsemen from hell, from the apocalypse, they're
the
0
Dark
and, they're 0 and 0. 0 placements, 0 kills so far.
That is very concerning. It's very concerning, actually. Like, not even 1 kill? Really? Wait, hold on.
Wait, okay.
You're right.
Game. Yeah.
They got knocks. I know they got knocks, but they weren't able to secure those knocks, unfortunately. Oh, this is troubling. And yeah, at least for our bottom 4, right? It's not just the Dark Horsemen. Even Hive International, Irohani Perpetual Samurais, they're also, like I said, they're slowly scaling up, but we need to be a little bit faster here.
No, but Hive is a different story, you see. We see them try. We see their efforts right there. They were breaking into compounds where they shouldn't be. They're picking fights that maybe was not a great idea, but somehow coming on top. Right? But
yeah,
I've never seen much of a DH. Last I saw them, they took a pickup, went down onto the compound, took an awkward fight, and they got team wipe eliminated without the observer even highlighting their approach. So they're just gone with the win.
Which is what I was saying, right? Like, fundamentally, like, it's don't assume the score is how the players are. They're by no means any of these guys are bad players. They're all really exceptional players. It's just that they know they have the fundamentals. They know the positioning. Take NRG for example. They're always able to secure really good spots for themselves here. But when it came to those peak battles, those trades, especially I remember in match number 2 when they had the high ground, right, in the mountains, he was doing a peak battle. Both CWZ and one of the member NRG was doing peak battles against Aurora members. They lost those trades instantly. So yeah, sure. At the end of the day, it's about who's the better shooter, right? But other than that, it's every one of these players. They know exactly what needs to be done. But are they a stronger shooter? That's of course another question that is quite debatable later on.
Well, I guess we'll find out perhaps if there's a turn for the tides here. In this match number 4.
Fantastic flight path, by the way.
Yeah, fantastic flight path. Cuts diagonally, also slightly into the core and center vertical points. So everyone's probably going to get what they want. Jadina see some playing in the Miramar-like terrain on the northern side. But right now, Roy already gunning down onto NRG. So NRG's got a great start. Hopefully this doesn't dampen them in the process. GAFT, though, suspect, seemingly coming out on top of the trade, but with allies in the area, they might just fumble it.
Oh, Alter Ego versus JFT. The 2 teams that's currently contesting for the first 2 spots right now. It's but as expected, the whole team, it wasn't a full squad drop at the same compound, unfortunately. So looks like JFT. It's gonna be one member short here. AE is gonna be smiling with glee, and will take happiness with the fact that they were able to secure, or at least slow things down for JFT, who's currently contesting for that second spot, or at least towards that rank 1 spot right now.
It's a nice ride. Is this part of their sponsorships? This ain't the Bugatti.
Yeah, it came with the patch. There's one of the new vehicles as well.
That?
The Bugatti.
Yeah, no, the Bugatti I know, but that ride right there, it's a nice ride. It's not a Bugatti.
Yeah, it's not a Bugatti, but I'm just saying, like, we have one of the few new vehicles coming, right? So it's pretty nice.
Oh, this was part of the new vehicle.
No. It was just a Bugatti from the patch. The latest patch, the one with the DMR, nerf. That's when the Bugatti came in.
So this was previous patches itself.
I mean, Tego Rondo is one. Tego Rondo is one of the more later maps, one of the more newer maps, right? So definitely, of course, they'll get the nicer vehicles, not the rusty. You get
where I'm coming from.
Rundown vehicle. Yeah. It's not the second hand or third hand.
But it's right there. It exists. Look at that. It's still there.
Nothing. Okay, you know what, Keith? Nothing beats the UAV. Okay, nothing beats that 4-wheel.
Everything beats that. What do you want to go head to head with? Gas mileage, comfort, creatures.
No, man. No? Dude, back then, before they did the whole bulletproof tires with the buggy and everything, and the motorcycles is death machines. Let's be honest here. So everyone went for the UAV. No one went for the sedan, man. I mean, unless you got no choice in the matter, but it's always the UAVs, man. Those vehicles are solid.
That's the same sentiment in real life, Nobody wants to go out on a bike. It's a death machine too.
I mean, unless it's a specific buy, then I wouldn't mind letting it slide,
I don't know, man. It's scary. Well, I don't want to be in an open cockpit. That sounds like a bad idea. Oh,
that's true. That's very true. Oh, anyway, this is going to be the emergency pickup. We're seeing it firsthand once more. Oh, it looks on the other hand, a little bit of a switcheroo here between Savage Man Esports and Alter Ego here.
They got the kill.
We did miss the initial part, though. Oh, they crashed into each other. Okay.
that was awkward.
Because I was wondering, like, because we saw the clip too late. Because when we transitioned here, the fight was practically over, right? We didn't see what was the lead up towards that fight. So, judging from how the two vehicles was kissing each other, we can safely assume Alter Ego was coming in with a clown car, and Savage Man, one lone member, just crashed straight into them, or the other way around, regardless.
I like how you expressed it as the fight was technically over. The fight, their run is over. It's one man left of Alter Ego with only one kill. They're definitely going to be surpassed after this game, almost 100%.
I didn't want to call them out yet, Kia, because they're resilient. They've been pretty resilient. Even in match number 2, remember they still managed to get the top 4.
After they killed 8 people, yeah, sure.
Yeah, after they killed 8 people, yeah, I know, but still. But, these guys, they know what needs to be done. It's just see what's going to be the call later on, and of course, naturally situation. ATO though, here's another team that hasn't seen much action in the limelight. I mean, except towards the end of the circle here. They're currently in the 15th place here. No placement points, but they have 7 kills on their belt here. But of course, this is the accumulation of within 3 matches. So this is also one of the few teams that we wanted to check out. One of the new teams as well. So far, I mean, it's day 1. There's not a lot of intel to really play off with, but naturally, we did see great growth from teams like NRG. I didn't expect them to really pop off like how they usually popped off, even in previous qualifiers, tournaments, or grand finals. Same goes for JFT. Fantastic job, by the way.
I guess you can slowly see like the staple names, pretty much showing why they're here as a staple within this entire league, right? Alter Ego, JFT. Aura, which is technically Decimate Gaming, and Happy. Like these are the teams that you already expect them to be here and have got some sort of an established reputation within the scene. Meanwhile, all the newcomers down on below, besides Dark Horseman, I believe their players there were quite seasoned and veteran itself. Yeah, but like Dingu, we try again. Atto, it's permissible to be in a position they're in. Yeah, but yeah, don't want to be that comfortable, especially not in phase number 2 when the global championship is on the line.
But you see, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, it's when you see NRG and JFT, you only recall them like, okay, they're usually the team that's struggling or getting punished or just have really terrible timing. They doesn't really have good nights in previous tournaments. But then, like, I mean, back in Master Series Phase 1, but the recent qualifiers and grand finals, this qualifying part in this grand finals as well, look at them where they are, where they stand. Absolutely soaring here, but Shadow Esports losing members after members here. Savage Man also understands what's currently on the line. They're in that 8th spot, but they're not necessarily in a good spot either way. So I need to try to make some work done. And Hansi trying to join in suits. The shots are not landing as much as he hoped. 6 HP to boot.
He tried for the trees. He tried for the trees. Did it actually penetrate it through? Oh, it's up and down.
Okay, it's not a wooden wall, you know. It's a trunk, you know. It's an oak tree, you know. That tree has literally been challenged through the testament of time here. So it's not gonna go down from a bullet, you know.
Hey, I'm not questioning your logic. I'm questioning how he went down. There needs to be a cause.
How about this? Ask someone to take a Panzerfaust and shoot at that tree. See if it stands.
Anyways, I believe it was Roy. I saw Kunyit getting the final tap onto Upchen there, so there might be a third party to this area. Meanwhile, Hansi getting all hands on in this engagement, but taking too much dirt, trying to get down and dirty with Lun Lun. He will have to use his first aid kit for the time being, but can he do so without getting punished in the process? Adv King will be here just to provide some cover fire. He's got 6th sense going on for him. Will he show himself? Oh, the timing of those peaks, though. The trade is just better going on the side of the Savage Men. They just shoot better at this point mechanically. But it's still on a stalemate 2v2. Who is going to come out on top? The smokes have cleared, so they have less than ideal cover to play around with. But this is where all the advancement starts happening, right? They're broken apart. Oh, spots one. Information gathered. Hansi immediately tries to get out, but gets knocked down. Lucky J just coordinates that attack, and Shadow Esports might just find themselves stuck deep into the shadows once again, going out in 16th place.
It's unfortunate. It looks like EDV King is not gonna be able to last long enough to go toe to toe with their ex-teammates Roy Esports here. So that's gonna be the end for their run here, as being the sole team, the first team to be eliminated from this match 4 itself. And speaking of Roy Esports here, they're not really out of the clear either way. One knockdown, should be able to get the revive out in time. Seymour comes in to get the second knock. Feels like it could have been a beautiful clutch moment here, but unfortunately, the last man of Alter Ego will go down here. He did a very commendable job, by the way, getting the 2 knocks as well, despite the disparity in a 1v4. Sadly, no kill secures here, so that's going to be the round here. JFT, Aurora, the team that's currently holding out the top 5 spots, they're pretty much smiling with glee. But Crazy Dog, an absolute lad to spray down Monty during the mid drive-by here as well. Fantastic work. Emergency pickup, by the way. Emergency pickup. That's going to be Irohani for the Samurai. And this is what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm saying, Kev, is the fact that if you drop nearby a location where a team is either nearby or pretty much where they're pretty much situated in, and they spot you early, that's pretty much the outcome for sure. Runax, unfortunately, is going to be knocked down for the count. Too far for his teammate to pick up his blue chip as well. I could be wrong, but it seems a little bit too far. I think Irohani just might have to just make the call to abandon Runax and just keep moving forward with the only member that they have, which is just him alone, actually.
Yeah, oh no, absolutely, their fight's over. Right, match like Alter Ego, who's also out, by the way.
Panzerfaust.
Alter Ego. So Panzerfaust, we try again. Did he clip anyone in that process? I do not think so, but Roy now coming in to clean out the entire We Try again. So they will remain down at the bottom, but Roy gets some points going their way. 6 kills already.
That is good. They had one. I believe they had one lone pickup from somewhere else. Another one was the alter ego, and this is the one where they actually entirely wipe out entirely a new squad. Unlucky taking another emergency pickup. I believe they're thanking. They thank the stars that they're able to find an emergency pickup, because if I'm not mistaken, they dropped off from the plane at the furthest north of the map. They were far north, so far. So it would have been a really long drive down, and I think they didn't want to risk anything for the biscuit. So NRG, they have a very comfortable spray on one. What about the second one? Unfortunately, it looks like CWC is going to be quicker on the trigger.
Too fast, too furious, they say. Gets the kill. Now, scaling this up high hill, it seems like is he trying to go on for the scouts or what? Because he's quite detached, but they do scout out the rest of Unlucky, which will be landing within his vicinity. Could this be a good play or an extremely bad one, because he is detached to a certain extent?
I mean, it's usually everything is a risk, right? Like, so especially if you're taking an emergency pickup, you're dropping into a location which you have no intel about. You only can have the assumption and the fact that there's most likely going to be a team there. It's just how much losses can you mitigate as you land in this specific spots here. Unlike Irohani Papata Samurai, it looks like Team Unlucky was able to retain majority of their members. If I'm not mistaken, it should be all four members able to get into the circle safely as well. They did get tagged along. They did get tagged along the way, but not enough to get a knock like Irohani Papata Samurais dropped in just now.
So I understand the risk for the ones taking a pickup, right? I'm saying if you were that one member, the NRG RKS, he went way far out from his team in order to shoot down Unlucky. He wasn't able to do so, but do you think that was like a worthwhile play to detach for your team just to hunt down some unsuspecting flying down teammates who is stuck together as a group? Because if they do make the land, if they do stick the land, maybe you trade on one, but that's still 3 members shooting back at you.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a good attempt, right? I mean, it's more like a defensive attempt because, they only have 2 members left standing, right? They had a really good spot as well. So might as well just take the shot to see if they will divert away from their location. If he gets a kill, of course, that naturally is great, because that would have been an instant kill if he actually gets a spray down here. But Hive International, on the other hand, he's in the vehicle with a shot in hand, quick on the trigger, coming in from Ken's, and he hold on the line fast enough for the rest of the team that comes in here. He's in, flush him out. A good flush, by the way. Fantastic tactical flush out here. There's gonna be 2 kills on the belt here for Hive International here. Well done.
That's like trying to flash a big one and then trying to use help from a plunger, but it went in at the second attempt, and then you start using the plunger. The grenade didn't detonate. You didn't need to get out there, but job well done regardless here. So Hive getting through across the board. Again, this team has got reputation, but they've been struggling at the bottom for far too long, it feels. And Eto to join in that ranks too. Now gets 3 kills. A 15 placing team now going up on 12. ISG now finds themselves lacking behind. And DH still hope for them as they still stand within this lobby.
Couple of tags, great connections, man. Courtesy of Dusky from JFT, man. He's finding all these shots. We never really got the chance to get to see a POV of JFT's current locations here, but just judging from the minimap, he has a really nice line of sight from a lot of this team descending down these hills here. But we did see the circle. It has been persisting down south of the map here, so I guess a lot of the teams further up north, just no choice but just to come down. Astro being the last member here for ATO. He actually got the 2 kills at this very location as well here. Can he connect it with a couple of more? Unfortunately not. Yen will be the one to end his run for this game. Let's see where the circle goes. It goes further centralized towards the mountainous area, which, by the way, NRG has been persisting. There's the mortar. Unfortunately, Not gonna see where that mortar's gonna land here, but it's like JFT. Two of the members currently stuck
Ooh,
between a
there
rock
it
and a hard
is.
place. Whoa, that mortar off by a slight angle. Kunyit is gonna be the spotter. Is he gonna reset himself? I think he is. I love it, man. It feels like we're back in like classic World War II, right? It's like 20 degrees left, 40 degrees altitude.
Oh, that
Whoa.
nearly clipped that one. I do want to see the mortar work, though, I'm not gonna lie. I'm quite invested to see what sort of impact it does as it shambles the defense that JFT has been put together. So
Well, they got the range for it, at least down. They judge that they have the range now. It's just they just need to get the right angle. But I don't think they have enough ammo anymore, so that's pretty much why we don't see any more. Oh no, he is setting up the mortar. Okay, now mind. He's just repositioning. Okay.
angle-wise, they're aiming spot on. It's just the trajectory's got to be right.
Zorn, get it. Oh, he got the first aid kit off.
And died out like that. That's what a feels bad moment right there. You thought you got him cornered like an animal, and then he just heals up, and then you go down in that process. Not the best of trade, but hey, makes up for good entertainment. Meanwhile, Unlucky finds themselves a bit unlucky as two perched up upon the cliffs here finds themselves in the peering eyes of predators, birds of prey, you might say.
Savage Men also at the same time. Sure, they lost two members, but they've been having so many conflicts. But they've been winning a lot of these conflicts at the same time. 8 kills, that's a lot.
Oh,
Looks
no.
like M found an opportunity on the Dark Horseman as well. Wrong place to get a pit stop, my friend.
Oh,
here.
no.
2 members locked down. M gets knocked down, unfortunately here, since he's playing against the high ground here. Bernidex needs to see if we can try to go to save his last remaining member here. Sorry, not last remaining. Okay, yeah, make that Akita the last one now.
No, there's Needex and Akita. But they shouldn't be able to get away with this, right? Like DH, you have all the high ground. That was one person who nearly destroyed your entire team. And now you're finding yourself in the back foot. Evil Patrick and Mad Hat is there. But they will be confirmed with Unlucky Aurora decides it's not worth the investment to stick on any further, or maybe just builds a barricade for themselves. But Nan, he's in the area. He's trying to push down to get some points across the board.
Aurora is currently boxed in between 2 different teams at the moment here. Unlucky is peppering them from the back. Dark Horseman from the front. Looks like Nina's going to take a very drastic call to just try to book it out here fast enough. Sadly, not enough torque in that vehicle to get him out in time. So we'll fall to the hands of Dark Horseman. It looks like they were able to get their revenge pickup, especially courtesy of M, wiping out 2 members of Dark Horseman here. Alak and Nun, last member standing. But they're currently being locked down by Sunny Side Up here. Which, by the way, courtesy of Sunny Side Up, able to pop out all the vehicles, the wheels of the vehicles here. So if they have to cut across, it would have been a smoke trail. If no smoke trail, then it's gonna be on foot, out in the open. And that's not a situation you want to be in, really.
It's the only situation they have right now. They have to try and make it work. So far, best run they've had, 4 placement points, 3 in the kills. That's pretty impressive. The 3 kills were in Aurora members. So that's got to be a confidence booster right there. Oh, talking about shattering confidence. 10-trip the happy squad right now. Backstabbing the likes of Roy. He won't be peeking anytime soon. That dude will have the cover fire. And meanwhile, Dark Horse trying to trade out against Unlucky, who's got an infinite amount of barricade. I don't even think you can shoot him through that window. Why do you look at planks?
I mean, you can look through the between the planks. I mean, it's not that you can't, you can.
That far
Still,
out.
he got the shot in, so it's pretty good. My only concern, actually, I'm really happy for Happy Squad this time. So now, because not only do they have the kills right now, they're slowly building up the kills, but they're also building up the placements now. Trying to balance it out for at least this match 4 here, because we got 2 more matches before the end of the night here. So let's just see if we can try to rack out as much as possible. GFT naturally making massive waves here alongside with NRG. For Esports, their positioning in the rankings so far on the leaderboard has been fluctuating back and forth here. But that last match, the last round that they had in the previous match, actually helped them to elevate, or at least helped them to sustain their current spot as it is. Happy Squad hasn't really changed much. Has been retaining that 4th placing for 3 matches in a row now. But this round seems pretty good for Happy Squad here. To see how far they go. They're the only team that's currently having a full healthy squad at the moment here. And see if they're going to be securing even more kills in the process and even placement after all.
Oh, talking about your favorite squad, Happy Squad, confirming those kills towards their end. 36 points so far. That's also contributed to the decent amount of kills that they've had, 7 so far. And unlucky, finds himself unlucky, getting knocked out into the lobby by the Smileys that is Happy Squad.
But it seems the kill was stolen away by courtesy of the Dark Horseman as well here. So it's not going to be the hands of Happy Squad. But good attempt. They did manage to get a knock on CJ here. So that forces Aljin Boss to quickly go for the saves here. We finally see where's the next phase 6 circle. TD having his eyes in the skies here. Managed to knock down one of the members of JFT here. Shoehorse doesn't have the luxury to go for the pickup just yet here. He needs to try to force out all these hunters away, but there's just too many sides focusing on their current position as well. And it's not just Roy, even HR27 being drawn in by the gunfire, also naturally aiming towards Shoehorse's position. And he's the last member standing.
All the hopes and dreams in the shoulder of Shoehorse. Let's see if he can wiggle his way out of this one alive. He did already beat the #1 spot, so part of his objective this round has been achieved, and that is to surpass and bypass and take over the #1 position. But he needs to be able to build that gap further on with matches to come. And I don't think this is the match that he does that, because he's already under fires by Roy Esports and probably HR27 as well.
Oh, he's booking it. 1 tree at a time, ladies and gentlemen. That's what Shoehorse plans to do. He managed to force them blacks. He's jiggling between the trees. Can he get to the next one in time?
My God.
So close. Almost got there to prone down for safety, but unfortunately not. JFT will be leaving this round in 5th place. Now we're finally down to our final 4. Dark Horsemen, very resilient. We were talking about them during the pre-show of match 4 here. Then look at where they are now.
Yeah, mom and dad, look who's laughing. They've got 4 kills already. And they might get more here if they make it across the street, which I think is what they're trying to do. The moment they get across the road, the one person scouting him right now wouldn't get a line of sight because he's back against the wall. And so then they can look to come in with the backstab if they want to. But we'll see how it pans out for the Dark Horses.
Ooh, biding their time as they slowly make their way through. They do know the objective. They have a rough idea with the positioning as well. HR27 with 1 member knocked down, so trying to prep the smoke trail to try to get in close here, but he's out of smokes here. Whereas for Roy Esports, comes ready to go here. TD has none in hand, but he intends to hunt players rather than try to pick their mid-range. They really want to try to secure this northern side of the circle. At least that way they can focus on their crosshairs towards the southern side where all the sound kills is currently happening here. And circle moves towards the north side. Pretty favorable for at least some of the members here, but it's straight out flat in the open, by the way.
Yeah. It's flatlands. Roy will have the advantage though because they've got access to that hill. But for almost always, that circle is going to close away from them because they're barely grazing it, unless the luck of the circle really befalls upon them.
But you see, it's currently Roy doesn't really have to scale too much, right? It's more the fact that Happy Squad has to scale up if the circle continues to persist to the north side. If it goes down to the western side, that's when we see teams start really confronting with each other here. But I just don't see any smokes available left much on Happy Squad here. I know Roy Esports, I believe Kamza had 3 smokes available. We did see True CJ and ER just now. They had no smokes in hand. This is probably a nade and a couple of flashbangs. I'm not sure what's the resource situation for 10 Trip, but I guess we'll see that later on. Alec, on the other hand, doing decent work, popping them down, but he's still down to the last member. Spider?
Oh,
Interesting.
he's going to go in for the save.
We're gonna go for the loot. He's dead.
Oh my god, I thought you could save a man. That smoke should have fooled me. And well, I guess whoever's in that smoke, don't know if you're alive or dead. He died too.
Mm-hmm.
So well, that's the rest of Dark Horse. Congrats, they made it up one placement at the very least. Now we try again. It occupies the bottom itself. Meanwhile, this is a very awkward position to play from. Happy squad, foot of the hills. There's not exactly flatlands here, but as they try to push onto Roy, they might just expose their backs a little bit too much to the likes of HR27. Roy understanding that I think scaling downward might be an issue. So with vehicles, I think they can afford migrating onto the open lanes and build up a barricade for themselves that may scale better towards the later stage of the game.
Currently, FY is just being the gatekeeper, right? He's currently preventing Raw Esports from scaling up, and also preventing Happy from scaling up as well. But what a Panzer Faust coming from Arjun Boss to get the knock here as well. There goes your opposition sniper here from Raw Esports. And Happy Squad, they know that the fact that they have the man advantage and the position as well. They're smiling with glee. Bully gets caught out and literally peppered down. Not really the best of spots. Gets knocked down instantly here. Here's the drive-by. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Unfortunately, there's nothing much Roy can do. And Happy Squad will be the hunters and the winner to secure the winner chicken dinner. They got the kills and the placements. Now this is gonna change the lead.
Yeah, and to add on top of that one, they've got the swags to end things out as well. Arjun Bots just showing us kisses, giving us kisses. Meanwhile, Tantrum's just stoic, man. This guy's already been here, done that. He's not even celebrating with his teammates, but it's okay. We need all these colorful, different personalities as a champion here in match number 4. It's the Happy Squad, which was kind of ironic because the Bully was on the opposing end, yet here they are donning a bulldog as the logo and the emblem itself. So a little bit of a pit bull violence, but that's something we all know happens previously in history.
But still, regardless, by the way, they were ranked 4, right? So with a phenomenal performance and points earned from Happy Squad that round, they should be able to elevate up they'll be able to scale up the leaderboard entirely. JFT, they did good work, but didn't really get a lot of points for that round. Altigo and Aurora, they weren't able to farm, they weren't able to secure much for themselves either. So this is an opportunity for Happy Squad to reset the board here. They were really in a good spot as well here, so wouldn't be surprised if they get rank 1. But we'll check that out later on, right after this really cool highlights from match number 4. What a round. Thank you all so much for just watching the highlights. Seriously, after watching the highlights as well, Kev, I also managed to get a quick glimpse, right? That round by far probably been more action-packed, especially like, sure, first phase is more quieter than usual, but it's pretty much like the calm of the before the storm, right? So when we got to that phase 3, phase 4, every squad was fighting. Everyone was taking pot shots at each other, either stealing kills from another team who was initially already having their initial fight to begin with. And then everyone was just trying to build up their revenue during that match. It was really cool. It was really fantastic here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not fair to say steal kills, because I think some of these teams needs to be applauded for their efforts for actually working hard for themselves. That's Dark Horseman finally getting themselves some of the kill scores and the placement points. It's a step too many, they say, and like you said, in a marathon there's always still chance for comebacks. Right now the disparity between the final place or 15th place onto the number 1 spot might be able to be gap closed in within the next 2 days, but in the realm of possibilities it's still there. So I hope this becomes a stepping stone for the likes of Dark Horsemen to make their way top. And I extend that sort of sentiment onto the side of the Malaysian teams as well. We try again, because they can again try better and harder for the next one.
Yeah, we're slowly, like, it's not just them, right? It's not just our bottom teams. Even the teams that was initially at the bottom, take Nirvana Rebirth, for example, or JFT, they were pretty much like around like the 10, 13 placing as they really work their way through the round itself. Whether is it due to ball aggressive approach or just biding them time, seizing opportunities, regardless of what these guys have to do, they know exactly what needs to be done here. It's just a matter of whether they're able to really execute their tactics and plan accordingly here to secure those wins. So far, right now the leaderboard, initially after the first 2 matches, we thought, all right, it feels like this is going to be the storyline for day number 1 for us here, just from seeing the point differential, the amount of kills, the amount of points. But now suddenly after the 3rd and 4th matches, the storyline isn't really set in stone now. It's been fluctuating currently. I think we'll see a little bit more when we see the total leaderboard later on. But for now, Keith, let's quickly check through what story that we can tell, that we can read from the stats here from our top 4.
Well, to see DH appearing within the top 4 is already something to be commended of. That's a lot of the significant points going on their way in terms of placement. It is, albeit 738 damage. They did hold up toe-to-toe against the Aurora Gaming, or the Aurora Esports squads itself. Nevertheless, the ultimate victor goes down to the ones that smiled happily before, during, and after the game itself. 13 total kills, 1.8 bombers, and a chicken dinner. On the way to 10 trips, CJ, Yajin, Bots, and Aya. These Bulldogs feeling like absolute bullies in this match as they took over towards the last few circles.
And even just looking from, this is currently the match leaderboard, not the total leaderboard as well. Happy Squad walking out with 13 kills, and actually with the placement points, that's going to make them 23 in total. And even for Roy Esports, right, sure, they haven't really able to secure their first chicken dinner here for day number 1, right? But every time they lead the round, they may not have the highest placement points, but they're walking out with a lot of kills. If I'm not mistaken, Happy Squad, of course, naturally being the only team that has the highest total kills, 35, by the way. The second highest is Roy Esports, which is 27. That's 8 kills differential compared to the rest of the team, who only has 22, on an average of about average of 20 kills. Okay, yeah, now we're checking out the total leaderboard. Currently, Happy Squad taking top 1. JFT naturally still holds 2nd place. But now we're starting to see the team slowly balance things out. Happy Squad was able to find that sweet spot in terms of placement and the number of kills that they have. Roy Esports is slowly making his way up there, but he's also keeping pretty consistent here. No chicken dinner yet. No chicken dinner for their side, but it's still pretty consistent. AE and Aurora hasn't really been able to find much success from these 2 maps. Of Tego and Rondo here for themselves here. NRG also somewhat slowed things down, but it's like what we were discussing back at Master Series Phase 1, right? Where this is one of the 2 newer maps that was released last year, where teams hasn't really got accustomed it, and not as accustomed or as comfortable compared to Erangel. But I do not want to say new anymore, because it's been out and they've been playing for quite a while now. But I guess you could say there are still some areas that hasn't really been fully checked out yet.
That's cruel of you, Leonard. That's absolutely cruel. A cruel thing to do. You want to rob them from the excuse of saying, "Hey, we're just not familiar with this map." You know, you took that luxury away from them. That was a cop-out card, like a Monopoly get out of jail free card.
That's
Now
why
you
I
can't
always
say-
pass go, man.
I was about to give them that, but hey, I guess, hey teams, it's all you. You just played horribly. Is that what you're trying to say? Of course, that's not the sentiment. I get it. But one thing's for sure, though, day one has always been the story of aggressive teams, and we're finally seeing that coming out in the numbers itself. JFT, they had a spectacular day one in phase one as well, but again, consistency becomes a key crucial component when it comes down to averaging out your entire performance. But we can go in more on that later. Right now, we're getting real tired. And before we get into the largest map of the day, that's Miramar happening next, here's a quick break from us. Bye-bye.
The break was long, but we're back again for more PUBG actions and shenanigans here at the PUBG Master Series 2025 Phase 2. I'm also known as Yololi. Gracing us at the castle's desk again is Keith Alicio. Keith, we are currently down to our last 2 matches of the night here, and actually we're ending our 2 matches for day number 1 when we did a second OG map, the Dusty Dunes, Marama.
Yeah, Miramar right now is but a mirage to me. I can't believe you said the break was long. 5 minutes ain't long, my guy.
It felt long to me.
I haven't started to miss you just yet, and they brought you back.
I wanted to get in. I wanted to get it done. I want to see how the player goes. But, but with that being said, for fun, with no time wasted at all, we're jumping to match 5. My co-pilot Keith. We're currently flying to the Dusty Dunes, and the flight path actually has been pretty good so far, but the map circle, however, has been quite unfavorable for at least the first 2 matches.
Now, this is more the tempo I like, right? Get in, immediately get in on the action. Let's watch some games, you know?
Spare no time, right?
Nobody needs to know what number, how many grenades was used. I'm kidding. Those are all respectable stats. But you know what's respectable? Jumping out of an airplane head first with no parachute just yet. Until you see your destination, and that's what they're doing.
Wait, no parachute? What?
Okay.
Catches me off guard. I thought you were going to say jump on the plane, find a good spot. I thought you were going to lead up with that, but you're like, jump on the plane, no shoot. I'm like, no shoot.
It's called free falling, man. Look it up. Oh.
So I guess you could say it's the one-way trip, right?
That's true. That's true. It's an experience you'll never ever have ever again.
No wonder the brochure said this activity was very cheap. But yeah, anyway, for you guys are wondering, by the way, beautiful flight path. Although it shifted towards down south, the circle's going to the central part. A lot of mountainous areas here, but it seems like we have very early contact here.
Oh no!
ATO versus Aurora. We got the trade, but it's gonna be live out for the last one, Keith.
That's very unfortunate for the team. It just seems like they just got their footing right, got two good games, and now they're just falling off flat. But hey, actually no, it turns out good for them because Aurora obviously in a 4v4 situation, they almost always will come out on top. Come on, I mean, you can't beat experience.
That's true. But but I guess this is a very clear example. I think in the same case for Erangel, right? Where since it's day 1, it's usually the time where teams is trying to get accustomed to like where they usually land. That's why I'm saying day 2 is usually it gets very different for a lot of these guys. They get more accustomed. They go back to the drawing table, and they start realizing, okay, let's try to avoid dropping here because we encountered this team here and we got wiped out that early. So everyone's getting accustomed to the idea like, okay, where everyone likes to drop. And when you start drawing that out, then you start planning things out where setting up policies where if we drop the same sword again and might encounter this team, do we want to take them head on or we want to try to avoid the situation here? So a lot of planning comes in after day number 1. That's pretty much why when we get to day 2, that's when we see everything goes in full motion here.
Careful, you're threading along the lines of giving them back that getaway from jail free card. It seems. What do you mean by I'm not too accustomed landing in Erangel of all places?
No, I mean it's more like the team. You're not sure whether other teams is going to drop at the same place as you. Right?
I get where you're going with that, but come on, these things you could probably just like fetch up the most recent games for all the participating teams and see where they technically, ideally prefer to land. I don't think that's going to change that much from the previous tournament to this one. As you know, muscle memory is a thing, and I think it would be information overload if they're changing their preferred drop spot every so often.
Oops, speaking of which, looks like 10 chip is going to be spotted out. At least now they know for the fact that, hey, this is our spot. This is our territory. We're going to find it out we can, but Shadow Esports currently not fully equipped here. It's not the full squad. It's a 2x2 setup currently here, so it's pretty much going to be Setsuna and Hanzi against the World of Happy squad here. But they haven't really planned to engage just yet. Maybe a knock on one of the members here might actually trigger the rest of the squad to come in here. But They are slowly making headway.
They've got lurkers. Shadow Esports has to be careful. There's a lurker in the midst. if I'm not
Arjun
mistaken.
bots. Yeah, they're gonna make the quick. They're gonna make the quick headway. They heard the vehicles. They're like, "Yep, we're not gonna stick around to find out what happens next."
Oh,
Good
meanwhile.
knock by the way from EDB King.
So technically, maybe this is going to persuade them to turn around. Actually, that there's one knock. They decide, hey, now we've got the numbers advantage. It's go time. Immediately, just when you thought the fight was over, they're turning tables. But now they've traded each other. Maybe not such a good idea to have turned back in. So now they're regretting that decision. One member only knocked out.
I just see the minimap where initially they went in, and then after that, when one of their teammates gets knocked, they just went back out. But you're not sure whether I don't think they were able to secure his blue chip in time. Yeah. So, but they are coming into another respective compound at Roy Esports. It's just one horror story after another here for Shadow Esports. Yeah, they're losing member per compound here. So you make that a second one and a second one in the second compound. It only comes down to TD and Bull Z and Bull 7.
That's quite unfortunate. The guy was driving on gear 1. Just slowly scaling that thing too. It became such an easy target to be sprayed down. Just like that, Shadow Esports just finding themselves a little outnumbered, outgunned. But also, same can be said about Roy though, because they traded on the Kamsa. So they've gotten them under the backline. That kind of evened things out for a little bit.
That is true. But you know, despite that, Roy Esports they like to be in this situation. They don't mind taking the fight head on. Although it's unfortunate they lost 2 members, but do check on the minimap, right? They are near the blue respawn beacon here as well, the blue beacon tower. So if they can win out clear out the fight with Shadow Esports right now, they will be able to revive the 2 remaining members and also get whatever loot that came in that was being carried forward by Shadow Esports. On the other end, while things are a little bit slow on their end, we're currently checking out Dingo Gaming. We rarely get a POV from their point of view here, so it's going to be able to give a clear view on how they usually tackle out Marama here. This is going to be the first Marama for day number 1. Wait, is that the? Oh, it's the BDRM armored vehicle, right?
So, well, it looks like a Jeep. Oh, I shouldn't say that.
I just
it looks like a Bugatti.
I just caught the. There is no.
I can only say sponsored names. Oh.
I think that's the BRDM. I'm pretty sure. I saw the silhouette of it on the high heels. I don't think I'm mistaken.
It's an off-road utility vehicle. You know, let's go with that. Let's go with that, eh?
I guess we'll see it later on. The thing is this, right? The BRDM, right? Here's the interesting about that vehicle, right? Despite it being an armored vehicle, it's easily get it popped off by. Like you could have 2, if I'm not mistaken, the damage count is 2 players unloading the entire clip on that vehicle, and it's really gonna start smoking up. Panzerfaust naturally one hits the thing. Oh yeah, it is the BRDM. Oh, it's cool.
Oh, this tank-looking like thing. Oh, okay. You're right.
Yeah, but you see, here's the thing, right? The Panzerfaust, if I'm not mistaken, Panzerfaust will one-shot the thing like usual here. So spray-wise, it tanks a little bit more compared to a regular vehicle, but other than that, it's still prone to blowing up here. So it's not completely invincible.
Well, yeah, but that's because you're going to the extreme. Panzerfaust. What does the Panzerfaust not shred?
Walls.
A wall or a tree, actually.
A tree. Mother Nature be solid, you know. Oh, what a Max Payne situation. Yeah. Well done with the spray from Chibri.
A drive by and a roll over, just to add some flair into the execution.
You know, we don't really see much on the. We did see much on the kill feed regarding. Yeah, I was just going to say for Roy Esports and Shadow Esports, I thought maybe they just decided to, you know, share the compound, but I guess not. Oh,
what is that?
Oh,
that's overkill right there.
1v1. This is gonna determine Feels like we're back in pubs again since it's a it's a fight at Hacienda as well. By the way, good kill on Setsuna. He was giving free intel to his last remaining member here as well. So
Are you sure that was the intent?
I mean, yeah, you secure a kill too, right? It's the best of both worlds, yeah. But he was really giving intel. Like he was just telling on comms like he's still in the room. You don't want to have that guy to just like sell you out.
Well, it's a stalemate, so probably that intel has become irrelevant at this point, but he might come out from the other side. Meanwhile, we've got updates on the circle. Moved on closer. Look at that. His friend became the bane, a liability, and now they're the ones who's out. Shadow Esports outplaying their opponent in what seemed to be a done deal, I'm sure.
I mean, that's why you don't challenge the shotgun in a CQC scenario. It's in the name. Oh God. Well done from Jaxi here. That's especially since the blue recon tower is there. So that's gonna shut down Roy's attempt to grind more points or farm more points in this match here at least here. And that's gonna give also another moment for Shadow Esports. They're gonna revive all 3 remaining members. They have enough loot, by the way, but not sure about utilities though. They did expend quite a bit in that last confrontation here. Happy Squad hasn't really left this compound ever since their initial engagement with Shadow Esports. Overly, this nice pan. Can he get the knock and the finisher after that? That's the question. Just waiting for the right moment.
Take it.
You just
he took it.
you just had to mess with his concentration, kid.
I take credibility for that. I'm kind of proud I made him miss.
But nice knock regardless. That's gonna be a nice secure for Unlucky. First of many, hopefully. They desperately need it. They're in 10th place right now.
Oh, well, I mean, that's not desperately needing it. I wouldn't define it as that. You're just one bad game away, one good game away from being in the fighting possibilities for getting that top 6 position.
True.
But of course, talking about bleak future, yeah. We try again. Might not get that chance to try if he takes one from a Panzerfaust. That's a direct hit. Oh my god!
2? Oh no!
It's a friendly fire.
Friendly, yeah. I thought he nailed that. Like, what, 2 birds with 1 rocket? Hey, man, that's pretty cool. I mean, yeah, it's still 2 players with 1 rocket, but it's friendly fire. But still,
I kind of like this Panzerfaust meta. It's what a joy.
no, I mean, yeah, it really makes things pretty dynamic, especially in terms of fight, because especially in Marama, when if you don't really have good spots, you're really dependent on vehicles to give you cover. Panzerfaust just makes things completely irrelevant, really. Ooh, trick! I don't know how you got out of that, but that's amazing.
Uh-oh. Yeah, there we go. I don't think Alter Ego can risk another bad match, so they've had 1 too many, now down in 4th place already. Likewise can be said with Aurora Esports, whichever there is. New banner, a little bit hard to remember. But yes, they're both now at the total points of 42, shy from JFT at 43. So if they have another bad game, they really need to come in with a spectacular game on the next match, just to end the day with somewhat of a competitive scoreline to set them up for success comes tomorrow. And this is factoring in a possibility they might play bad tomorrow. You don't know that.
I mean, that's true, but then again, at the same time, we're currently in match 5. Even if they get 2 bad games here, I'm not jinxing anybody, but I'm just saying, even if they didn't manage to get a lot of points in this round, they're still within the borders of top 6 here. So that's a pretty comfortable spot to be in. Naturally, the goal would be securing first the first and second placing for themselves, right? Because you want to go straight to the finals. You don't want to go through another playing qualifiers for themselves. But but this is day one. Remember, Keith, it's day one. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. So there's still day two. Naturally, we'll only raise our concern in day two if the more series of unfortunate events tend to continue. Right? That's when we start being concerned. But for now, it's day one. They're in a pretty nice spot for themselves. Whereas for the bottom team, that's the one we need to be. That's the one we really need them to really start stepping things up before it gets really out of hand. But speaking of out of hand, Savage Man Esports crashing to another compound. It's gonna be within the lines of midst of JFT. To knock down Lun Lun in the BRDM. So it's pretty good for a while, but it's a very slow vehicle.
Well, that's badass though.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. It's very cool, but it tanks bullet hits a lot longer than regular vehicles. But Panzerfaust just completely obliterates. But good haul from Seymour, 15 HP to boot. Man still standing. He's playing around off positioning, scaling around the buildings here, trying to find any co-member. Gets spotted out in the windows from the high ground, courtesy of Happy Squad. Seymour laying down, covering fire. Hopefully that will be enough to go for the res, and it seems like it will be enough.
They've got smokes deployed. Maybe he can pick his members back up, reset on the situation while all the other teams are being busy. So there's a golden opportunity for them. But the longer they dilly-dally in this position, I think Happy Squad will reposition and gatekeep them from ever entering the circle itself.
Just gotta buy the time. Happy Squad. Can definitely smell them now. They know they've been hurt. Oh, there goes the BRDM. It lasted as long as it could. Commendable. But that's all he can, that's how far he can only take him currently.
Okay, so smart. Alter Ego took the long way up. They went back and then make this huge circle to go into the zone, but that play area just shifted away from them as we speak, and now they're not in the clear just yet. If they were to go immediately down, there's JFT and the likes of Happy Squad, the top two teams right now in the lobby, gatekeeping them from ever making their way in.
Compared to the map of Erangel as well, right? Miramar is one of those few maps which you can't really play around the edges for too much. Ideally, you just want to try to get to a really good spot. But this is, of course, naturally depending on the circle, how the circle moves, or its positioning can be, right? Currently, it can be more slow paced. Currently, in this case, it can be a lot more faster because it's currently going towards the mountains area with a very massive open field, right? So that's pretty much why you see a lot of teams just making their headway into it. The north side is probably going to be seeing the most conflict here, Keith. Dark Horseman, Unlucky, even NRG. We see Alter Ego and Happy Squad also not too far behind at JFT. That's like 6 teams on that northern hemisphere, this circle here, as they will fight for control. I believe the only team that's currently in the center here is only Lun Lun, but he's stuck between the rock and a hard place in the shack. Nonetheless, hoping that the other team will provide the covering fire necessary. And that's exactly what's happening according to the score feed. JFT assisted them. Happy Squad joining the fray to pick up WTA. Lun Lun didn't get a single kill from this. But right now, the name of the game for Lun Lun is just survival.
Survival is a tall order to ask, especially in this sort of phase. Phase 4, 12 teams still alive. That's 39 players shooting one way, and you're playing in open barren land.
Oh, no.
Have to crash onto HR27. Lose 2 member Alter Ego has got their ego smashed in. 12th place finish in match number 5.
Yeah, I was just about to say it too. HR27, one of the few earlier teams, just moving in so relatively early. Able to get, I won't say it's the best of spot. It's still a ditch, right? Anyone with a vantage point or have an angle on them is probably going to be able to do some put a bit of numbers on top of them. We do see another BRDM rolling in, and it's going to be JFT. They're going to be pretty comfortable with the armored vehicle as long as there's no Panzerfaust here. They're circling around, finding the right moment, finding the right timing. 10 trip, trying to hold on the line. He gets 2, he gets 3, unbelievably. 1 left, it's going to be Piffy. Kenny comes in for the save to revive the rest of the team. He's shuffling between the seats of the BRDM for cover, but Too many angles, too much time. Yeah, last man. Can he hold things out?
The blue's closing in. Aya, he's
Oh,
the one outside of the trade. My God, they outplayed that spectacularly, Pivy. And now he can go pick up the rest of the teammates. How perfect is that? The blue just ends where they're at.
But you have to give kudos to Tentrip. What a clutch in a 1v4 scenario here as well. Getting the first 2 knocks. I'm not sure whether he got the third or was it ER for the long distance here. Couldn't really keep track on that one, but still well done. Damage in. But of course, unfortunately, they will not be able to accumulate any more points this round. Except for ER. Sorry, not ER. One remaining member here of Happy Squad.
Wasn't happy. Oh yeah, one more member. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Tentrip fell there alongside with ER to the blue zone. The third member, I believe he was the long-range scout, the lurker. Just not sure who is this who's still currently standing. Not sure is this CJ or someone else.
No, CJ got shot down in there. He was the one with by the rock.
Oh, okay, yeah, then it's
Whichever that may be. That I guess it's good they have insurance.
oh no, it's Argent bots then. If CJ is down, EA's down, Tentrip is down, then it's Argent bots.
Could be. Could be DG to join the flanks, but with 4 members right in front of him, I don't think he was gonna come out positive in that trade. But the Hives will, like hive-minded bees, go in as an entire unit, and they actually save one of their colonies here, going for the pickup. Eats what? Guarding that entry itself. They do see the Molotov, so they know his presence and might be shy from trying to push through, but they did get the revive onto Swan. And so DG, they're playing with the 1 member down.
Thank God for the revives here. But Zwan, honestly, that was not a spray that you couldn't miss. It was very punishing for that one, unfortunately. But hey, you're still sticking around. Thank God a decent amount of covers for the revives. Yen is gonna be able to find Zwan on the other side. Lun, being a very resilient player here, still sticking it out. He has no vehicles, by the way, so he's been on foot the entire time.
That nades wasn't it. They were hitting rocks at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to confirm you, I saw it was Argent bots that was left initially, but now he finally fell out. So RIP to the happy fella.
Yeah, but 5 kills is good, you know. Leaving with 5 kills, that's good. Should be,
but it hurts
too.
Yeah, it hurts because it could have been more, right? Like CJ with the clutch.
Yep.
Could have been more.
I mean, hey, the fact that he clutched in such a manner, I'll just give it to him, man. He felt like he wanted my heart already, really. Because he was playing with that BRDM in his face, man.
Yeah, to be fair. Pivy did outplay that situation.
Yeah, really.
And then turn the tides with the blue. So, okay, fine. Fair enough. Get that.
Oh. Hey, guys, church. Hold on the line. There's too many angles, too many corners to hold for himself. Rakta not really in a comfortable spot either way. He's pretty much quite spottable for just depending on where the team is currently positioning as well. Joanne playing close quarters, trying to listen for sound cues, audio cues, any audio cues that comes in. We can try to react accordingly. But it seems currently they're just trying to flush him out. Nades after nades, smokes and mollies after mollies. So there's only all comes to Rakta to try to give some kind of intel, but he can't pick at the moment. He has no idea where's the rest of the team either. 2v4 at the graveyard. Whereas NRG still has about 2 members remaining as well, but they're quite far from this current position, but they should be able to spot Rakta if he pops his head out on top of the roof a little bit more. They should have the angle for it, yeah.
They do. Let's see those little peaks here. CW7. He's contemplating something, but surely he's not seeing what we're seeing. So he's going in on a whim. Oh, there goes a blue chip recall. Any chance for revival is no longer available and not an option. And so Dingo they're trailing in a graveyard right now. Could this be foreshadowing?
Currently GFT followed out. But yeah, to answer your question, right? Like Dingo is pretty much a stalemate, right? Stalemate with Hive International. So I think they just really want to secure their corners, their edges here before moving forward. Looks like they found JFT. Swen was able to get out of the church in time. So they should be able to find a better angle to try to punish them a little bit. Rikta, of course, naturally on the job, but instantly getting retaliated back by Prankster. Knocked down. That's going to be Hive International. Eliminated away. We're slowly dwindling down to our final four. He shot 2-7, one member remaining. But I believe they managed to left the ditch they were in, or Aurora find them in the first place. I'm not too sure what's the situation, but NRG, they plan to clear out this current vicinity before they make their way forward. It looks like Aurora will be the one to eliminate HR27. We have a final four.
Dingo got the pickup though, so they've got all members up pretty much besides the one. What seemed to be a good opportunity for NRG, I think, just got real sour. You probably don't want to stick around for too long to this. Maybe get a trade kill before you go down. That would make it worth it, but you do still have members. Yeah, and now Aurora back again with being smack dab in the center of the circle, having all members up, so they understand the assignment. And little do we know, they've accumulated up to 10 kills already.
Now, I guess you could say that they're back to more familiar territory, more familiar map, the muscle memory, the game sense, everything is familiar now. Now they're back to exactly how they're supposed to be here. 10 kills, they already got the placements here, they got a full squad, and it feels like just going by the math alone, right? And with naturally they have the central side of the circle, feels like they should have the advantage of securing the round. But then again, JFT following suit. A really nice picture. They do have to descend the hill though, which is pretty much why you can see Monty getting ready to greet in kind. The current position coming for Aurora is ready to anticipate already that where the team is most likely going to be coming in, someone's going to be able to relay, have a decent cover for themselves. And even if nades were to rain upon Monty from JFT sides, it's a relatively large rock here. So it's not going to be relatively easy to flush him out with utilities alone here. So Monty's in a good spot, whereas the rest of the squad of Aurora grouping up here, try to flush out the rest of the team that's going to be descending down the hill.
Ooh, this is a Mexican standoff. Now, ideally, if you're Aurora, you probably don't want to be the ones starting a fight or getting the most of the attention because you're spread out too thin because you prioritize control. But now, if you're committed on one of these teams, that's going to leave pockets for the next team to come and push in. This is what you want as Aurora. The desperate plays coming from the other two, and you come in with the pickup itself. So JFT, they understood the assignment. I think they're gunning for second place here with as much points as they can get. So they will take out GG on behalf of Aurora itself. And with only one man left alive from JFT, I think he's going to play the sacrificial lamb unless he's got something to say about it.
Executing the teammates, not to give the kills to be farmed away. Well done, but hey, you know, JFT, let's be honest, it felt like JFT really set things up for Aurora for this round here because JFT decided to move forward with the BRDM, right? So that really like aligned up with the rest of the teams for Aurora, just allowed them to just reconvene, focus fire, and clear out the last remaining members. Well done, Aurora, securing their second chicken dinner of the night. Second chicken dinner of the night with a phenomenal amount of total kills on their belt here. Now they're flying back to the groove. It's whether they're going to be consistent for the final map here because I believe the same could be said for the rest of the team. JFT, well done holding it out. You got the placements, you got the kills. This unfortunately your last hurrah was not the kind of fight you were trying to hope for here.
Yeah, I think JFT was trying to make the best situation out of a bad one. Right? They understood it's probably impossible to try and be the first aggressors here and try to move in. Might as well just take out the neighbors, farm as much as you could, and then deny them the satisfaction of additional points from executing his own teammate. So I think overall in that situation, JFT kind of come out on top. But man, 2 Oceania teams at the top. This is amazing. In fact, don't listen to me. Go check out the highlights right after this one.
What a fantastic highlight once again. Thank you so much for the production team for not missing out any crucial single fight necessary from that match itself. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PUBG Master Series 2025 Phase 2 here. We are currently about to enter our last match of the night here, Keith here. Any expectations or maybe something that needs to be somewhat set for a lot of these guys here?
I'll save my expectations for later. Let's look at the numbers first, and then let me give me my expectations based on from it. Number 1 and 2, Aurora, JFT, come on. Oceania coming in with the big bombers here. Dinku, I think this is by far their best performance. That's not saying much, but of course they're one of the newer teams that are coming in. So for them to be one of the top 4 here is something to finally celebrate about. They've done half the amount of work with the 13 utilities of smoke, of frag, but no Molotovs right there. So they're holding up well for themselves. But if I were to have an expectations going into the Miramar match, the final Miramar match of the evening, it's going to be simple, right? What happened in Phase 1, what's happening now, and what would probably happen in terms of probability. I'd say Day 1's going to be an Oceania evening again, right? This is Aurora's second winner with a chicken dinner. Could have been the third if it wasn't for the first game of the day, which they got second. But right now, Oceania is setting themselves up in good position to perhaps steal the show or the entire Master Series for this region at the very least.
But you know, other than that, right? Like besides Aurora, we're actually seeing that it's not really totally set in stone just yet, just from the total leaderboard. I think later we'll see it. We'll see the accumulated one after 5 matches later on. But I'm just trying to recall back from what I remembered from the past few 5 matches among the teams. It wasn't really like so one-sided where it's like, oh, the first 2 teams is like the difference, the point differential between the first 2 and the other rest of the teams in the rank is like having enough. No, it's not really the case here. Here in our Day 1, so far the score has been pretty neck to neck with each other. Sure, there is a differential of probably like 10 to 12 points, but it's not a surmountable amount for you that's impossible for you to achieve here. One good game is all you need. Probably not even a good game. There's a really, probably not a chicken dinner game, but just a really good one. Decent placement, a lot of kills, pretty much like what Roy Esports has been doing so far, where alongside with Happy Squad, where they have the most amount of total kills throughout this entire games here, which by the way you can see from the total leaderboard. Happy Squad walking out with 40 kills here. Places may not be as high compared to the rest of the squad. They're slowly trying to balance it out in this recent matches throughout day number 1. But other than that, the one that's been pretty consistent in balancing on both placement and kills so far has been both Aurora and JAT, our Oceania teams. Just look at how comparable both the total amount of kills and even placement scores as well.
Well, I think based on this, it's a bit misleading, right? Because to be honest, JFT wouldn't be consistent, I would say. Like, they had pretty much, I think, 50% bad games or so to speak, right? However, their one game that was really good really set them up immediately. So they probably had like 2 good games, but the one big game was a massive winner, and that puts them right up there alongside in the top 2 position. So it's waving Oceania. However, Aurora, now that is to me a consistent team, right? A good first match at second place, a second match at first place, and then unfortunately for the middle 2 match. But overall, it's looking like at least 60% of the game today were actually good games for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same goes for the rest of the team, right? Not necessarily winning multiple chicken dinners. Like, take Aurora, for example, right? Aurora won 2 chicken dinners, so it's like about 28 placement points, right? So it's about 20 points. The total of their total placement points right now is 28, right? So 20 points come from the 2 chicken dinners. JFT, Happy Squad, they don't really have multiple chicken dinners. They only have like 1 each, respectively. So the amount of points comes from there, just able to just come out from the round with decent placement points for themselves, which is why I came up with consistency for a lot of these guys here. But everyone else is slowly trying to find that balance. It's really great. Even the total amount of scores, the total amount of points that each of these teams have is not too far apart as well. I guess the only difference will be the fact that would be HR27 actually. That one place, because so far they've been playing for a lot of placement. They may not have a lot of kills, but they have been the team that's been prioritizing placement, which allows them to elevate themselves from the 13th place to the 7th place after 5 matches here. So 29 points, sure, it's not too far from NRG, who's currently in 6th place with 35 points. But HR27, if you really want to make the difference, you gotta put in those kill counts too alongside with that play. So you get that balanced out. We might see even more difference in terms of the ranking. And this is also applied to the rest of the team. Savageman Esports so far. By the way, if you look at the score for Savageman Esports, Keith, 22 kill points, placements only 2. They have been seeing so much action. They're getting all these kills here. Pretty much like what Happy Squad was experiencing in the first earlier matches. But they had a few good rounds. They got the placements to top it off with it as well. That's pretty much a lot of the elevate there. I think Savageman Esports, if they also have just 1 or 2 good games, we might see also a difference in the ranking as well.
Well, I mean, that's true. That's it. To be fair, in a Battle Royale, especially in day 1, the first 6 match, it's still anyone's game. I get the point, right? But I'd like to stir the pot a little bit and, add a little bit of scrutiny into the mix. Because everyone likes a little bit of a hero comeback story. If everyone's just like a budding butterfly, then we'll never have highs and lows, Leonard.
No, I mean, I agree with you. Take from our past history that we've been watching these tournaments as well. We have seen teams day 1 probably not the best night. I wouldn't even say best game. I would say best, not even the best night for some of these teams in previous tournaments. But suddenly when it came to day 2, day 3, they started exploding. They started popping off. Exactly like how Shoehorse is currently popping off against WTA in the final day of the night here. And it seems like Sly will be the first blood drawn on this beautiful map of Hacienda.
Oh, going for the push. Cleans out 2. Shoehorse. 1 HP and a dream. And that dream came true. It turned into a nightmare for the likes of We Try Again. But Dan, he's on the floor right now. Yeah, that's towing. Oh, spots him out from the behind. JFTN. I like how you mentioned that some teams are not day 1ers. Hold that thought, because G-Coin, be sure to redeem it right now here in the final day of the evening, right? G-Coin, type in the code, get it before everyone else does. I'm not sure if there's a limit, but better safe than sorry. Anyways, my train of thoughts, right? JFT, surprisingly, is honestly one of those teams that we like to hyperinflate, because historically, they do good in day 1s and then fall off real hard later. So right now it's looking like they have it in the bag. Then comes later on if they can't keep up this sort of results. I would say not even like playstyle, because they maintain the playstyle, right? But it's just that their playstyle is high risk. It comes with high risk.
Actually, my memory is a little different. I remember this. They're always like they always have all kinds of struggles, whether they run into another team, bad timings. They're always like, sure, they have like 1 or 2 good rounds, good nights in previous tournaments, but other than that, just having really a tough time. And don't get me wrong, they have the capabilities, and I believe in that potential as well. But previous results hasn't been faring them quite well. However, in the last 2 tournaments recently in the APAC qualifiers, and this one in particular, we saw really great growth. A huge burst in growth in terms of aggressiveness, securing objective, great timings, knowing when to push, when to seize the moment here. Really well done. It's exactly what everyone expected and hoped to see a lot more in the future. I think currently here in day number 1, that the fact that, sure, they may not be able to get back-to-back chicken dinners, right? But the fact that they're able to scale proportionally in this past 5 matches now, I think it's actually pretty commendable as it is. So really well done from Justice for Tomorrow. Roy Esports as well. That we don't see that fluctuating roller coaster of a scoreline from Roy Esports anymore for this past 5 matches as well. They've been actually pretty steadily increasing their scores alongside with Happy Squad as well. The first 2 maps, sure, it could be the nerves working in, since it's the first 2 matches of the tournament. Once everyone's warmed up, everyone's pretty much ready to go. Just like NRG, but looks like overly He's also coming back online. He gets the first knock on Crazy Dog. Let's see if we can follow up with the second one.
Yeah, he's goner. He's a goner. But they've got the blue chip though, so
Oh no, I don't think he got the blue chip.
Well, he died right in front of him. If you didn't pick it up, that's a bit sad of a moment.
I mean, I guess he made the call, right? Because you don't like they didn't really have much intel. They were somewhat scaling up that hill with the vehicle, right? So when they got the knock, I think they just weren't sure was the whole team like reconvening to that position, right? So I think he just decided to play safe and leave. But I'm pretty sure he wasn't able to get the blue token in time. I don't think he was within the vicinity to pick it up in time. I could be wrong. We'll see that later on. But Hive International, following base on the circle, will be taking the emergency pickup here. It looks like it's a very large city. Unlucky they are somewhat spread out, but not close enough to actually punish Hive International. So they should be fine for this part of town, Keith.
Yeah, unless they're the ones who's going on a hunt, because he saw that parachute. It seems like they're in position. Unlucky. Feeling a little bit on edge here. Oh no, they just get out of the compound. That could be a good play too.
Well, Hive International. This is going to be one of the drops, which is going to be really great for them. Large city. Won't have to really contest too much for resources. They should be well equipped. Or on the other hand, they got the initial supplies, a lot of supplies. My God, yeah, Monty. That's a lot of bullets he's prepped for himself here. So, yeah, pretty decked out. These guys are slowly making their way towards the central part of the circle, right? Because Murama is just really that kind of map. Gonna get a good spot. Can't really play too much of the ages here, because if you don't really get a good spot, a vantage point, which is even better, because it's practically sniper's fest, right? This map in particular, long range, especially with the DMR nerf. Definitely hurt quite a bit, but hey, it still works.
Talking about what works though, Aurora and their recipe, but they might come in contact with the likes of the Happy Squad. I'm sure this revving of the engine is going to give some sort of warning. The Happy Squads are, well, I wouldn't say nearby based on how small that blimp was, but at least within sniping range. And Monty spots out some of the rotations of the teams over in San Martin.
Hopefully we'll see where the next circle is going to be. Because I believe I missed out on the first circle. So, but just judging from how all the teams are moving to the north side of San Martin, so it's either the circles towards the north side of the map that's pretty centralized and trying to get the edges. But oh, what a shutdown! Recta was planning to use the emergency pickup here, but gets denied instantly here. He's all alone, so there's no one to really revive him. So that's going to be an abandoned player. Happy Squad, on the other hand, will have a very quick confrontation with Aurora, but they don't intend to take the fight head on. They just really want to get into that spot here first.
It's a fairly wide map. Like you said, no reason to kind of put yourself at risk here. Well, risk paid off for Alec. That's a kill onto the way of Dark Horseman, a much needed one at that. Now they're tied with the Samurais themselves, which I have to be honest, we haven't even shared much of the limelight on ISG.
It's been a pretty rough road for them in this day one, especially it all began with the emergency pickup as well. Teams spotted them down. They lost 3 members in the progress. They tried to go for placements, but there was too many teams that had very similar ideas. That's pretty much why we saw, like, especially in Erangel, if you recall, during, I believe it was phase 5 or phase 6, that northern circle had like 6 teams, by the way. I mean, it's due to the circle shift as well, but like everyone was playing on edges. Everyone's just trying to fight for control. So it has been there's been a lot of conflicts for a lot of these guys. Naturally, the winner is the one that writes history here, but Irohani was not that winner. So in this case, but I know their capability and potential. They've been here in multiple APAC qualifiers, won too many times. They even went to the PUBG Nation Cup as well. They just need to find the right grooves here. Placement is one thing, but I did see their potential as well. Recently, they've been a little bit more bolder, not too much on just being passive players. They've been pretty proactive in recent tournaments. That's pretty great. I love that kind of growth. That's exactly what we want to see. because playing a little bit too passive, especially we are trying to find a team to represent APAC, right? Passive is not really the way to go here for us here.
Yeah, so I mean, you got to be an all-rounder squad, right? The bottom line is you have to be adaptable because nothing is just fixed in place with this game here. Talking about getting fixed in place, Waltz, Dark Horseman, stayed a little too late. It's too fixated in one area.
Yeah.
Will get shot. Meanwhile, Sandstorm is a muck, but thankfully, though, not much of a team wandering there. Not like they'll get damaged or anything, but the circle does draw all the rest of the northern teams down south, and that's going to be a bloodbath, especially the next few phases.
Oh no, a lot of teams is very satisfied with that because everyone was so concerned because the circle did somewhat heavily shift towards the north side, right? So everyone started doing their rotation rounds, but they didn't really want to go all the way hard north just yet. They saw a compound, they saw a building, they just want to sit in there, and most of these guys was pretty much just praying, right? Saying that the fact that hopefully the circle favors them. Hopefully there's a shift anymore towards that north side, and it didn't. They went back down south, where a lot of teams is currently situated in pretty comfortably as well. So now we're not going to see any more like fights anymore, right? Except probably Alter Ego. They were somewhat playing around the edges because they came a little bit late there. So they are coming into the circle a little bit late alongside with Aurora, but we just need Nedex. He's currently alone, by the way. So it's just him and Chibri. I think, oh yeah, we do see Simoy currently making headway towards this location as well here. And I think he heard the sound cue. That's pretty much why he turned to the left slightly as well.
I don't think he wants to go up against Chibrit, to be honest.
He's just trying to find the right timing for this.
Chibrit's not one of those players I want to go up against. Like, that guy shoots real well, so he wouldn't know, obviously. But now he's outnumbered. He's not just outgunned, he's outnumbered. And where is his teammates? Not even within the area to play. At least take one member down and confirm that kill, please. The least you could do. Does he get it? No one knows.
M is just trying to see if he can give him any form of assist, but just too far and not enough. Has to forego Nedex. Have to say goodbye to the Frenchman. As they really make their way through. Roy Esports, on the other hand, was able to safely scale down south from their initial position as well. They will be able to find sanctuary towards his farmlands. Not the best of covers here, but it has a really nice vantage point. You really got this nice eagle-eye view on a lot of this team. Gonil being one of the few. And of course, the priority is not to hit the players, but to get rid of the tires here. And now Gonil is gonna have a terrible time driving the car. But you know, thankfully, it's close enough to a nearby compound, so he'll find sanctuary there. Feeble on the other hand. No vehicle there, completely oblivious. He's gone there. Thankfully, there's a little bit of a covering fire coming in from Dingo Gaming, courtesy of them. Give Fever a little bit of space, but not for too long. Looks like Kamsa was going to be able to find his lines of sight. It's going to be a nice free kill for Roy Esports. But you know, Keith, if this circle keeps persisting down south, okay, maybe not south. If it goes towards the southwestern side, right? Now that's where we're gonna be seeing a little bit more of an issue here for a lot of these guys. We're gonna be witnessing a lot more awkward fights, right? Because it's compounds within compounds. Every corner and every angle is pretty much a danger zone for a lot of these guys. But, you know, speaking of close quarter danger zone, you see Roy Esports moving into ISG and they want to clean things out.
Actually, I like if the circle went southwestern side, you know? Yeah, it's a lot of hills there, wasn't it?
Hills and partial corner was going to be a building area, which is why I said it's going to be a lot of awkward fights. Just because of that, just because of the corner of that city, right? At the edge of that circle.
Oh, talking about being on edge, though. Here we go. Roy Esports tries to push up onto the high ground through the stairs. Yeah, he didn't take much of a damage here, so this map, immediately with the flash entry right there, unfortunately gets punished.
Runox, the ace for Irohani Papata Samurai. Unfortunately, too tight of a corner for him to hold down here. But Circle comes in. It looks like Astro was going to be able to get a beautiful Panther Files and even finish out the remaining members of Aurora. Now one member still stands at ATO. Feeling pretty good. Astro 2 kills. And
Oh no!
Nade coming in. JFT is going to be crashing into the compound here. T having a beautiful crossfire setup alongside with Kens as they hold the line. 2 members, by the way, 2 members alone wipe out the entire squad of JFT here. There goes our first Oceania team. Aurora might be following down suit shortly here with just 1 member remaining. Not sure where's his current position. We didn't really see where he is at the last moment in time. The rest of the squad, like I said before, right? The circle favored a lot of these guys. They were there initially as well. So we're not going to be seeing much movement until that phase 4. It really depends on where it shifts later on.
I must say, to my point, this is why I say JFT are never really consistent. The risk they take for their plays are always like really heavy. It could go very right, but it could go very, very wrong. Like this play right here is an example of when it goes wrong. And imagine that if you recall the play previously when it crashed in with the BDRM or the tank itself, it nearly went wrong with them as well. Like the idea is there, and the execution can be great, but it's like the moment it goes wrong, it's really horrible for them.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments where it just happens and you can't do anything about it. It's not like they had like eagle eye view like we have here from the observer point of view. By the way, thank you so much, Observer, for giving some really good clips here.
Well, I mean, it's not having the foresight, right? Because if they crash into a compound, it's because they know someone's there.
I mean, it's just a rare according. I mean, it comes with risk every single time, right? Whether you crash into a compound, because we're slowly getting towards that point in the game where you're most likely going to run into another team. It's just whether how fast you can react accordingly to it, right? Sure, there was a risky moment even in the last match with Marama, right? Remember when they went on top of Happy Squad with Seymour going out with that 1v3 clutch?
Correct.
Yeah, it's just
like that could have been bad for them, right?
True. Yeah, true. So it's just a whether how fast you can really react to that, right? So I think it doesn't really just apply to JFT. I think it just applies to any team really just crashing to a location which teams really pretty really dig deep and pretty set up their parameters. So
let's hope JFT does exactly that. I wish them all the best because Oceania team's real fun to look at.
I mean, they've been doing great so far. First place.
Historically, on day 1, yes, they fell off. They finished 13. Remember that. They finished 13.
Hey man, you're jinxing. I never.
And they did just as well in day 1 in phase 1. They did just as well.
That's true. Speaking of which, Happy Squad with CJ down. They will react accordingly, but sadly, just too many angles, too many cliff battles we're dealing with here. A lot of terrain plays, a lot of cliff plays here. Oh yes, Aljibas should be able to pick out one of the members here. I believe that's 10 Trip. Yeah, just trying to give that long range covering fire here, but there's just too many open areas here. There's barely any buildings to be embedded in here for the defense or cover. Interestingly,
oh my god,
Arjun Boss was able to sneak up from behind unbelievably.
Did you see that? He sprayed one and he pre-throw the flashbang, so the moment he takes one down, it blinds the guy in the back end and he just sprays transfer.
Yeah, really well done.
Dang, that right there was mechanical problems. I don't know if that was luck. Maybe he just threw the grenade without counting its detonation, but it sure worked out.
But you see what I mean now is a lot about all these awkward fights here. Just battle for positioning. You got this high ground. Teams are not too sure whether do they want to scale up the mountains in host because it's currently all these are edges right now. But, oh, there goes ATO. Finally gets spotted out. It's gonna be. It looks like Arjun Boss will be succumbing to the zone.
Oh.
Fantastic nade coming from CJ here. Trying to plant the secure before someone else secure the kills from his outworks. Nade's a little bit too far off. The Blue Zone should be able to get him here. Yeah. repositioning himself. The blue zone is coming in. It's phase 4. It's going to be phase 5. It's going to start to hurt quite a bit here.
Those blue zone grenades are quite the technology, eh?
No?
Yeah.
I mean, the same could be said for the Panzerfaust, man.
Hey, no, Panzerfaust's old tech. A blue
Hey,
zone grenade.
It's a
That's
powerful
new tech.
technology, okay? It's still powerful technology. I mean, that's pretty much why they say a fall of a certain dynasty, like even in history, right? They say the fall of a certain dynasty is due to the superiority of technology, right?
It is, and it's also being said by Oppenheimer that comes World War IV, everyone will be stick and stones, right? We'll be battling with sticks and stones again.
Hey,
The big reset or something like that. Not too sure.
Right.
Meanwhile, Monty, he's one man, so I guess JFD can find solace in the fact that they've done more kills than Aurora, and Aurora's only down to one person left.
Yeah, but you know, that's pretty much why, like, Monty, he knows it's pretty hard to try to get into the circle with the position he has. He's Marama as well. So he just might say just try to get as much kill points as much as possible. And that's not hasn't really achieved much here. Just 2 kills is not a lot, but hey, do take into account this is the last match of the night, and they were able to secure at least within the top 3. Happy Squad also is not really in a good spot as well. So I guess you could say in a way, just from the looks of things, the top 3 is somewhat solidified. Unless Alter Ego really starts popping things off.
Yeah, I think that the fact that all these teams have taken a place from Alter Ego, who was at number 1 spot, somewhat is a good sign, right? That means you can see clear progress right there. Like the chicken dinner winner is barely keeping up to you, but hey, they solidified the first 3 spots already. I think it's a long stretch for Alter Ego to kind of take over one of those 3 spots right now. But we'll see. There's still a decent amount of kills left in the field for them to take over.
Actually, it is possible for Alter Ego. They would need to not only get the chicken dinner, but also wipe out almost the rest of the lobby. Okay, but probably not the whole lobby. Because right now
you only need a few.
Because the
right?
total, because the total amount of scores that they have, right, compared from Happy Squad to Alter Ego, it's just 9 points differential. So they already got 5 points in the back here, so that's like 57. So just get decent placements or get a couple more kills alongside with placements. We might just have our new 3rd place here. Hell, could even take top 1 if they wipe out the entire lobby actually, because it's all 63 points here.
They gotta make the possible probable. Possibility is one thing. Probability is actually looking pretty probable. They don't really have much of a conflict making their way into the circle, so I think they could set themselves up for success. That circle closed even down south, even further, and so Alter Ego, just by the rink of this thing, should be able to get some pickoffs from the gravitating teams going to the south.
It's tough call. It's phase 6, but you know, but because this is Murama, right? Phase 6 feels almost like a phase 7 circle because it's such an open area. There's sure you got vantage point, but it's just not enough coverage here. There's a lot of ditch. That central area of that circle, pretty much towards the northwest, the southwestern side of Truck Shop, is practically just open fields. It's a ditch in an open fields here. It's practically a bowl begging for punishment, which is pretty much why you don't see a lot of teams making headway to that center part. No cover, no vehicles to give the necessary amount of covers. Even if they do have vehicles, they're just going to be bombarded by utilities and nades. So no one is really moving out, which is why I'm saying it's going to be a very awkward fight, which is going to be determined based on the circle, based on the blue zone circle alone.
It's a stalemate for now, for Dark Horse at the very least. They've got 4 kills. Again, so much ammunition. 230 in the magazine. In a backpack.
But how much damage do you think Nan can do, right? Because although I do see Lucky Jet is someone looking towards the direction of Nan, of Dark Horseman, but he does it's from just the geographic positioning alone. It feels like he could really do some damage on some of Savage Man Esports members, or or is just my assumption here, really?
Well, I mean, he can try, right? I think it goes down to how much lives can he risk, because there's not much any left, right? Immediately he's out. It's more of like, I think he's holding that discipline trigger because he can't really risk getting caught.
Yeah,
which he did eventually anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lucky J was, like I said before, he was really keeping his eyes on that area. Did find none in the end. Oh, but Dingo Gaming's SJ and 13 Ang.
Taking heavy hits though from the top left side. Based on our perspective, there's only a Savage up there, and I guess they will gun him down. That's a member from Dingo. Yep.
You know, I was saying, in the great cause of Obi-Wan Kenobi, they have the high ground.
That they did. But even the low ground was deadly for Dingo.
Ooh. Now we're down to our final 4. Unlucky on the other hand, overly. Not sure if he's in a dish or shack for himself here, but a circle fairing Savage Man Esports, man. They're smiling with absolute glee, Keith, here, how comfortable this circle that they have for themselves here. And it's towards the corner of Truck Shop. So this is Truck Stop here. So it's going to be forcing members of Shadow Esports down south, which is why you see majority of the members of Savage Man Esports getting ready to greet them in kind towards the northeastern side. Lucky J is still sticking towards that southern side of that circle, just to really make sure that no team is really scaling from that southern edge to really pick their team, because currently that's the only area that possibly could really have a really nice picking action on them here.
Well, I guess if Savage Man were to get the chicken dinner, that could be the best case for the top 3 right now.
Yeah,
that means they solidify their position. And well, Alter Ego getting more kills across the board here. That's pretty decent amount. Yeah, you're right. I think they can take over, at least break into the top 3 position. But they have to scale through all these trifecta that's happening on here. They're being sandwiched amongst their members coming in from like Savage. They have the control, so Alter Ego will have to go up against these giants as well.
Yeah. Because second placement is 6 points, third place is 5 points here. So just really need to slide themselves in here. But we are looking at the final 3, who's by far relatively healthy here. Majority have all of their respective members, except for AE is probably the one that's 1 member short here. Positioning wise, we do see them slowly making down south. And Lucky J, they might run into Lucky J shortly as well, just from the looking for the mini map here. For phase 8. Can they flush out Shadow Esports here? Unfortunately not. Jaxi finds Lun Lun with the headshot nonetheless. A crucial headshot will get the knockdown. Can they fall with a little bit more damage? Manage to retaliate in kind. Falls with 1. Can they cut us a second on Hanzi? I don't think that's not going to be the case. It's a small death buys in this amount of time. Oh, but the nade couldn't finish out Lun Lun, so they should be able to get the revive. Lucky J on the other hand, unfortunately, 1v3, just too many members for him to handle. And Savage Man Esports, who had the high ground and the positioning, just losing members one by one, and now comes down to the final 2 is Shadow Esports against Alter Ego here.
Wow.
Well
we painted it.
Shadow Esports.
Yeah.
Well,
you can't script this any better. We were just saying, can Alter Ego, is it possible for them to break into this mids? And here they are. Might even just take this entire game for themselves. Okay, Hansi going down for some energy drinks.
I mean,
getting ready for the big rotation, it seems.
You gotta loot what you can, right? Just what you get. Satsuna's gonna be playing long range here. There's just too many grounds to cover. There's too much open areas and mountainous areas to cover here. So it's all about who's able to get that knock first, right? You get that knock, that's when you start seeing the aggression coming from each side. AE, although on the end, is still a member down short here. So which just allows Satsuna to be this lone ranger on this left side here. Just try to keep them in check. He did spot a vehicle coming in. That's information relayed. That's why you see Jackson and the rest of the team making way towards the center part of the circle. One cover at a time. Because eventually that circle is going to force all these guys down this hill, to descend this hill here. So Need to try to get into a good spot before the rest of the team here.
No, but I like Shadow Esports positioning though. They're really taking control of the entire map. They know that they have an additional member, and that gives them advantage to split the focus because they can. And meanwhile, Man gets shot in the back end, gets him knocked out. Surely, Shadow Esports, this is go time with the cover of smokes. They push on forward, gets one to
One more?
C1. One more member left from Alter Ego. Will it shatter? Or will it turn its head onto its tail here? Trick. He's the tricky fella who's secured more than 1 wins already. Well, actually 1 win, but a few good games for Alter Ego, and it seems like he might be able to clutch this. He's falling low, but will eventually go down after dealing decent amount of work to Shadow Esports. The Panda, the Ninja Panda, will take home their first chicken dinner.
Really well done. Definitely close. Definitely more closer than it was supposed to be as well. Trick managed to sneak past and did this ring around the rosy all the way to their rear guard side. Pretty much able to get that first knock. If he probably transitioned into that second knock, he probably could have seen the craziest clutch in his 1v3. But sadly, that's not going to be the case. Shadow Esports, they've been having this uphill battle throughout the 6 matches of the night. They're able to turn things around, secure their first chicken dinner, and most likely even securing a really good spot in the top 6 placement for themselves.
Man, this team, they snuck under the radar. They've got 13 kills towards the end of it. That's 13 kills. That's close enough to JFT. If 15 kills was what it takes to put JFT back up in contention, even in a top 3 position, that might be enough for at least Shadow Esports to follow through. Well, you look like you've seen a ghost, Len. I know it's been 6 games, but come on, are you still alive with us here?
No, I'm just really happy with the amount of growth that I'm witnessing to a lot of these teams here. Sure, yes, things could get a little bit different when we get to day 2 and day 3 for sure. But naturally, you just have to give credit when credit is due, especially for some of these guys who doesn't really have the best track records here, especially if people are not really watching the game, but rather just seeing stats as it is from previous tournaments as well. That kind of thing comes in where people just make this kind of assumption, but that's not going to be the case, guys. Some of these guys really work their way to secure their spot here in the leaderboard here. And let's be honest, everyone's been doing a really great job, especially for our top 8 teams here. Even HR27, they did move down the ladder here from their previous spot. If I'm not mistaken, they were in 7th place. But after that previous match, Shadow Esports definitely going to be climbing on the ladder. A lot of these guys also going to should be moving up as well. We do know our top 3 shouldn't be faced. Sorry, not top 3. Our top 4 should be faced. Justice for Aurora being the first one alongside with JFT, Happy Squad, Alter Ego, because the two of us, we were doing the math there, right? And where they could possibly be standing. So we know the top 4, there's not going to be much changes here. However, the 5th to 8th placing, that's the ranking that's going to be a little bit different now, since Shadow Esports was popping off. Even Savageman Esports weren't able to secure as many kills or managed to secure the places they were looking for, but getting 3rd place is still a pretty significant amount here. So that should also change the leaderboard slightly as well, forcing HR27 to move down, since they were a team that were just playing for placement. They don't have a lot of kills, but they do have really high placement points.
Yeah, but I guess the objective in day 1 is always to be able to build an amount of cushion that would be comfortable for you to move into day 2 and hopefully stack upon that. Then comes day 3, you're not too worried, right? Because day 3 is always a stressor. We always see teams make or break comes day 3 itself. Like day 2, sure, not really. I think day 2 is going to be significant to the middle tier teams because they're trying to play to get themselves sorted, right? But the top tier teams, they just have to make less mistakes during the day 2 run itself and maybe come in on form again comes in day 3. So there's a bit of a fatigue, and I do see comes day 3 for teams that mathematically cannot make it sometimes become a variable that you cannot control, right? Because sometimes they're just playing out there to get you and stop you in your tracks instead of winning. So take a look at the stats for the top 4 teams. Yes, Leonard, please take them through this.
No, I was just saying, totally understandable. Remember even during that map of Rondo where Dark Horseman went toe-to-toe with Aurora, catching them at the back line as well. We thought Aurora was going to keep things going, but Dark Horseman was like, nope, you kill our members. We want retaliation. We want justice here. And they managed to win out that fight. That was quite a shutdown for Aurora, and then in one of those during our 3rd and 4th matches here. But, with that being said, let's get back to our post matches here. I'm not too surprised. This feels like the more average stats, or at least the amount of total damage. Especially this is going to be the map of Marama, right? It's a lot of mid to long range. Teams are usually keeping their head down most of the time. Sure, we do see teams start crashing into several compounds to try to secure positioning, but because of how the circle was somewhat like moving around, like how its transitioning was, there wasn't really a lot of contest for certain positioning just because it's the most ideal. It wasn't really the case for this last match of Marama here. There's a lot of open areas, a lot of mountainous areas. Teams just really need to make a call, really need to gamble out, make a call, and just resolve and holding that spot out here. That's pretty much why we saw like how Alter Ego was playing, how Shadow Esports was doing it, and even alongside with Savageman Esports. Although particularly Shadow Esports had a little bit much more of a more tedious climb towards the last side, right? Because I believe they were coming in from the truck stop here, and they had to descend up the mountain, where Savageman Esports was practically peppering them down from the high ground here as well. So really crucial trades was required, and Shadow Esports was able to find each and everyone to keep themselves steady in the game here. So really well done from Shadow Esports, really showcasing their skills despite the name, but each of the members has been here before one too many times. You recognize them, you know them. They were previously in Roy Esports here as well, previous star player. So coming back to secure top 1 is an absolute feeling of bliss for them. 23 points in total, by the way. That's a phenomenal thing.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Esports, it was a Mexican standoff, right? Someone's gonna have to take the shorter end of the stick. And it just so happened that Alter Ego wanted to confront X-Savage Man. So that creates opportunity for them. And that's nothing wrong with that. This entire game is about seizing opportunities. And you could say it's a bit unfair, right? In that circumstances, sure. But they won at the end of the day. No one really cares about what the unfairness really is. And take a look at the grand standings here so far post day number 1. It is even across the board, 63 and 63, both occupied by the likes of Oceania. Happy Squad came out pretty happy this time around, 61 at 3rd place. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, so they did not break into the top 3 position. Unfortunately, Alter Ego, although everything was aligned to them, but now we have a new player in the midst. Shadow Esports joins the rank of the top 6 alongside with Roy, and this is something to be worried about, especially if you're NRG, who's had not bad of a run this time around. They've had massive amount of kills in, I guess, several different maps itself, but maybe we'd like to see them. This one game itself just kind of propels Shadow Esports all the way up. But let's take a look at the summary itself.
Yeah, I mean, this is really cool stats as well. We didn't really have this in the Master Series Phase 1 as well. So this is really cool to see, like, just day 1 alone. Each player, this is, by the way, total kills for a singular player, total amount of damage done by each of these players, and survival time. Survival time is pretty cool, but I want to look at the total amount of kills. 10 trip. Really answering exactly like what he meant during the interview. 16 kills alongside with Trick, Roy. All the egos just being seen in combat, right? All the egos in combat, Roy particularly, but TD naturally has been really popping things off. I'm surprised Algin bots didn't meet at least the top 5 this year. I felt like he was really on an absolute tear here alongside with 10 trip here. But I guess I could be wrong. There was probably a lot of things happening along behind the scenes here. But of course, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, just want to keep you guys in the loop. Tomorrow, day number 2, this is going to be the matches. The rotation is going to be swapped. Today, day 1, we start off with 2 Erangels, Tego, Rondo, 2 Miramas. Tomorrow is going to be a little bit of a reverse format. We're starting off with 2 Miramas, 1 Rondo, 1 Tego, and 2 Erangels here.
Yep, so technically whatever we've had today, they're gonna have to do it again and in reverse. So just, if you think you've had enough Miramar after a back-to-back, well, you're gonna get more back-to-back Miramas starting off tomorrow itself. Which, hey, I'm all for it. Get the biggest map out of the way while we've got the most energy in the day. And then as it tapers down, it's easy on our vocal cords too, so I got no complaints in that one. You know what was cool about the team summary? In phase 1, total damage was all occupied by the Oceania Decimate Gaming. This time around, Aurora, or / formerly Decimate Gaming, occupies all the survival time. There's a shift in behavior from aggressors to pacifists, I might say.
No, it's positioning. That's what I'm saying, right? It's just relatively positioning for a lot of these guys. It's how the circle comes in that determines how the play is going to be like. I guarantee you this, Keith, tomorrow on our 2 maps of Erangel, if the circle wasn't so unfavorable for a lot of these teams, a lot more centralized, you're going to see definitely a lot more less survival time for these guys.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, but that is the end of the day. Thank you for watching the PUBG Esports Master Series 2025. This is Phase 2, together with me, Keith Alicio, and this is Leonard Yolo Lee. Tomorrow, more matches to be played. We'll see you then in the evening. Bye-bye.